you are all eating breakfast at VSC headquarters when a man in pretty nice clothes comes up very quickly and says, VSC higher-ups would like to speak to you at once about a special mission.
I'm on it.
Do you
Goodness.
accept?
Bring him out to us then.
I just got here, but yeah, I guess.
Yeah, wait, who are you? We're looking for experienced members
I am
only.
Casper the Boy King, commander of one of the 17 fiefs of Arrowburn. I oversee a workers' commune, and I'm here to catch up with old friends.
Can y'all vouch for him?
Well, of course.
I don't know.
Can he fight?
Good.
Yes, I am trained in the rapier and the parry dagger. I have 4 hit points, and can cast wizard spells.
All right, well, you can come too.
Thank you.
Hey, can I come?
Well, who are you?
I'm Gilgamesh.
God damn it.
What kind of name is that?
What's my name? First and last.
Huh.
Which one's first and which one's last?
Gilgamesh and Gilgamesh, respectively.
Respectively.
Respectively, thank you.
Respectively.
Oh.
Well, why not just say it once?
They're 2 separate names.
This isn't important. Can you fight?
Oh yeah. You better
Are
believe
you
it,
reasonably
guys.
intelligent?
Yeah. Why not?
All right, well, you come too. And you two, Trazodone and Flit, right?
That's right.
Yes.
All right, you've got a pretty impressive track record.
What gave it away?
I've got your file here, so.
Wait. Can Gilgamesh come? And a monkey crawls out of my tunic.
Oh dear.
And I hold him up on my hand.
You named your monkey the same name as your first and last name?
No.
Well, that's
no,
a reason
no.
to say it twice.
I'm Gilgamesh. He's Gilgamesh.
Is that like first name Gilga, last name Mesh, or is it?
No, he doesn't have a last name. He's a monkey.
Okay, this isn't important. All 4 of you and the monkey, let's go.
All right.
All right, he leads you to a kind of a back room that you've never seen before. And he opens a door to an office with a woman sitting at like a huge, pretty ornate desk. The office is large and just surrounded with like files and documents spilling over in parchment. Says, welcome. Please sit down. I'm Elena. I'm the vice president of VSC. We have an incredibly important mission for you. So we need to move quickly because this is of the utmost importance.
Absolutely, ma'am. You have my word.
Gilgamesh
Wow.
doesn't sit down. He stands and his eyes just barely peek over the top of the desk.
All right. So this is our crack team, huh? The best interns we have. And the security guard kind of nods his head, yes, knowingly.
None of my business.
Okay, well, anyway, my name is Elena, and I'm here because we pulled you aside specifically because you're some of our most trusted agents, at least you two, and to be with you, so.
We
Eating
were
breakfast
vouched for in
together.
good credit, ma'am. You can have the utmost faith in me to accomplish whatever task is put forth.
Well, okay.
I've never met them before.
Well, I was here to see Mulch. I believe he used to be in your employ for some
Don't
time
recall.
before his departure. But it is good to see you, Flit, and I heard there was some guy named Lurch that I wanted to see, but I suppose he's not here either.
Yes, we were sad to say that Lurch is on vacation, something about decompressing with his bug worms or whatever, because they've been under too much stress lately, so.
Lurch? Oh, Lurch had centipedes. Western hardbacks.
Okay, well, that's not important
Yeah.
right now. Worms, centipedes, what's the difference anyway?
Oh, legs.
Oh, they're innumerable.
I mean, you're talking to a lot of people who've spent time around centipedes, ma'am, but I do apologize for the meandering nature of my friends. But having been in the
Okay.
company of centipedes, I can vouch that the legs do make a very large difference.
Okay, well, now that you mention it, I do realize that worms don't have legs, and centipedes obviously have a bunch. So yeah,
Now, are you
I
saying
get it.
worms WOR or WYR? Because those
No,
they have-
WUR.
Oh, I've never heard of that
Yeah.
before.
You couldn't get the others confused with a centipede now, could you?
Well, one of them has legs and the other one
Please, madam,
One
what were you
also has
saying?
wings. The one with
What
legs
were you
also
saying,
has
Miss
wings.
Elena?
doesn't. Well, that's kind of a matter of opinion.
Okay, worms, centipedes. None of that's important right now. Have any of you heard of Echo Bay, the city?
Nope.
Yes.
Gilgamesh has, though.
I'd imagine a king would, and a monkey. That's somewhat surprising, but anyway, the port at Echo Bay is one of the most important ports in the entire kingdom. The Red River flows through it and deposits into the sea. And this connects with dozens of major cities and farming regions. It's well over 100 ships flowing in and out each day. But lately, the Port Workers Guild have been reporting some, well, strange incidents. It started out with little things at first, they told us. Crates going overboard and documents being misplaced and rearranged and people tripping over nothing. They started to think that there was some sort of haunting or ghosts or ghouls, and now whatever they are stopping up to 10 ships a day. They're stealing goods, burning ships, even killing some of the dock workers. So,
God.
it's
So
important
you need
because
to kill us. Get us. Fuck. You need to get us to kill the rest of the
Please.
dock workers. Then
no.
finish them off.
No. We need a dock working. We need you.
Little Gilgamesh rings his hands on my shoulder, licks his lips.
We need you to neutralize these ghosts. Okay, you've been hired by the governor of Echo Bay, and she is desperate by the sounds of it. And frankly, so are we, and so is half of Kataria. I mean, this port supplies goods all across the kingdom. So that's why it's so important, and why we've brought this to some of our most seasoned workers.
I don't do ghouls.
Well, you're gonna have to.
If it's ghosts, it's okay. But the first sign of ghouls, I'm out of there.
What's the difference?
They're innumerable.
I get down on one knee and I say, Lady Elena, you have my promise in the utmost to rectify this problem in name of the Empire. Thank you for putting your trust in us.
While he does that, little Gilgamesh
have my word.
Imitates what he's doing with like lots of hand flourishes.
Oh,
Gilgamesh. Who the fuck is that?
Huh?
I start to
fuck
draw
is
the
that?
little monkey.
That guy, I don't know, man. He's king of something.
What the fuck?
King of boys, I think is what he said.
King of right. I'd believe it based on the looks of him.
He said he was a boy king.
7th fife
Right.
of the Arrowburn Kingdoms.
Yeah, that's what Gilgamesh said.
It's a
Are there
workers'
Are there
commune.
lots of boys there?
No, I'm the
Hey,
only
hey,
one.
hey, quiet,
My
quiet.
father
We're
was
trying to
killed
figure something
prematurely
out.
by a knight errant. It was
Knight
on
errant.
behalf of these people that they saved me. Yes, a fallen knight, a knight that
That's
went
some
against
kind
the
of
people he
bird?
swore to protect. No, it's
Flit. Is a knight Aaron a bird?
errant.
What?
Knight errant.
It
Whatever.
Not that I know of.
E-R-R-A-N-T. Errant.
Is that like a Ronin?
I don't know what that is, good sir.
It is
Well,
erroneous.
it's a masterless samurai, obviously.
Okay, no more squabbling over definitions and pointing out differences between things. Okay, we need to get you on our fastest steamer down the Red River as quickly as possible.
Yes, ma'am.
Heard that.
Okay, do you have any questions before you go?
No.
Why is the river red?
It was named that way. I think historically there was a lot of iron in the soil, so it
Mm.
looks red sometimes.
Iron or blood?
Well, it's been an incredibly important tactical advantage to be able to control, so I'm sure there have been many battles with blood spilt into the river over the history of Kataria.
And iron is but the blood of the earth. Shall we?
That's true. I've always thought that.
I would say magma is more the blood of the earth.
More literally, but we exist with iron in us. And spiritual, I feel there's a connection there.
I mean, we're
Okay,
of
well,
the
so
earth.
should we
and
head
we've
out or
got
what?
blood, so technically blood is the blood of the earth, but
This is more arguing over defining things.
Bro,
I'm
when you
sorry,
think about
madam.
it, we're just the universe perceiving itself, bro.
I mean not to disambiguate. I will take my leave kindly.
Thank you.
Do you guys know who Wim Hof is?
Okay, the bodyguard, the kind of worker guy, starts to lead you towards the docks, and the Red River
Oh
is.
boy.
You know,
I just came here to visit my friends. I didn't think we'd be going on an adventure.
well, it'll be a good story to tell the folks back home and good practice going out and representing the kingdom. But why not?
Adventure's what we do, bro.
Apparently. And just for frame of reference, I've used 3 upgrade tokens from my base. Actually, 2 upgrade tokens from my base stuff. So
okay, cool.
Gilgamesh is a ranger, so
Nice.
he's got like cheap druid spells and then 2 extra hit points.
I'm wearing the Leander's glove. It's been fitted for my small boy hand on my sword hand, because something about whatever. And then little parry dagger, and then I can cast wizard spells up to level 1, maybe 2 if I want to burn another upgrade token, but that's kind of up to you. Well, I would have just taken wizard
With
first and then
5
sword
hit
after.
points.
No, I have 3.
Oh,
Did I misspeak earlier and say 5?
I think you said
5.
4, but
Oh no, yeah, no, I don't want 4. 4 is too beefy. I'm like small still, so 3.
what does
Um,
Lander's glove do?
Nothing. It's just
an
symbolic.
elemental.
It's
Cool.
just so my hand doesn't get slashed up when I sword
Wait.
fight.
Flit made Casper kill that guy, and now he wears his
Yes.
glove.
Right.
It's thematically, it's all over the place.
No, to take a life is to forfeit your own. And so I take him with me.
Yep. Okay, you get on it. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Gilgamesh has a spear. I guess that's his weapon,
Nice. Okay. Plus your monkey.
and my monkey naturally.
Okay.
My monkey can hold onto my spear, and then I throw it.
And so
He
just so I'm
rides.
accountable, my spells are my schools are conjuration and evocation, which means I can summon things and make things go boom.
All right. Cool. I'll sort of be trusting y'all a little bit more than normal, I guess. So, just be good, and I'll probably only call things out.
Loosens.
Yeah.
Okay. You are all led to a pretty small and kind of lightweight steamboat. Definitely kind of cutting edge technology in terms of fast travel. So you all get on. It's pretty cramped. There's a couple workers who kind of are shoveling coal and the captain of the ship.
Well, this sure is swanky. I've never been on a boat like this before.
Well, welcome aboard. He's the fastest ship in all of Kataria.
Is
Wow.
that a mouse saying that? Is the captain of the ship a mouse of some kind?
Yeah, he's a large mouse man,
Like an anthropomorphic mouse man?
but he's very muscular though.
Nice.
Ooh.
Beefy
Gilgamesh
mouse.
and Gilgamesh just start throwing up as soon as they see the boat.
Ah,
Oh dear.
don't have your sea legs yet, do ya?
Uh-uh.
Well, you can drink some of Captain Jitter's tonic and it'll calm you down. Captain Jitters hands you a flask.
I drink some.
It's like it's like sludge.
It's like,
Well,
It's like
I drink a. Go ahead.
it's like sludge, but you immediately feel better.
So I drink a healthy dose and then I pass it off to Gilgamesh.
Okay, yeah, he feels better too. Yeah, that calms everybody's nerves. Just you wait till we get moving. It'll really get
I heard-
choppy.
I heard that seamen prefer brandy to calm their nerves.
Well, you won't be getting any of anything, boy.
Hmm.
Too young to drink.
Well, I suppose it is your
That he
ship,
is.
Captain.
Okay, all aboard. All aboard. Sit down. And the crew members start shoveling coal in. The black smoke increases.
Good
And,
God, are we sitting in the boiler room?
Yeah, it's very hot. Smoke is like all over the place.
I'd like to go above deck. Captain, why
try
are
to
we
make
in the-
yourself taller so you can breathe better in the smoke.
Sorry, it's too dangerous to go above deck. This ship moves so quickly and it's so choppy, you're liable to be knocked overboard.
Oh. I suppose it's either suffocate or drown at sea. Dreadful
it is.
steam travel.
And we've had many do either one, so it would not be rare. We're at 50-50, I would say, at this point, for passengers. Like I said, cutting edge technology.
Well, by God, good sir, I'll stay down here.
Okay, the ship starts moving. It is extremely choppy and uncomfortable, and you can tell you're moving really quickly.
You overhear Gilgamesh reassuring little Gilgamesh that, don't worry, buddy, there's gonna be no ghouls, I promise. First sign of ghouls, pal, and we're out of there.
Okay, after a long and uncomfortable boat ride, you pull up to the port of Echo Bay.
The
Yeah,
port
dock.
of Echo Bay.
Yeah, I give Casper a little cure minor wounds in case the smoke got to him
Oh,
to
thank
fortify his spirits.
I am
Yeah,
fine.
Okay, you look upon really what is a magnificent city. Lots of like white marble buildings and kind of cliffs and mountains rising up out of the ocean. You just went up the Red River, which is to the north, and to the south is the ocean. And there is a man waiting at the docks, pretty obviously eagerly for you.
I get off the gangplank, or is it a jolly boat situation? Whatever. I get on. Hello!
Little Gilgamesh salutes him.
Are you the dockman?
No, I'm actually assistant to Governor Sharp. I'm here to take you to her office at once.
Oh, good sir, thank you. No, I give a deep bow to a royal servant. I say,
He
at
bows
once,
back.
yes. Thank you.
How exciting! I
Follow
flutter.
briskly.
I wish that you could be here under better circumstances. Typically, our city is quite a pleasant place to be, normally fairly uneventful other than our usual festivities and the hum of the constant activity at the port, but right now I fear that the town has been besieged, which of course you've already heard about. So let's get moving.
Besieged by what? Do you have any idea?
I'll let Governor Sharp explain it to you. I don't really know anything.
No rumors?
Did you say ghouls?
I didn't say ghouls.
I prefer
No, I didn't-
goblins
I didn't-
myself.
I didn't say that either. I didn't say anything. Just come with me.
besieged.
Well, yeah, the port is besieged. Daily attacks.
You should call someone about that.
That's what
I'm just playing. I sock her on the shoulder.
I assure you. This
Little
is
bit
not the
too
time for
hard.
jokes. That also hurt.
Oh, sorry. I guess I just don't know my own strength. He takes off his shirt.
I apologize for the ill manner of my barbarous companions.
God damn it. Trasidone sees himself twist the boy's neck and throw him off the pier, and then blinks, and he's just back there with his shirt back on.
Okay. The assistant writes something down in a notebook and then leads you up some stone staircases up through uh, the alleys of the city.
What are you writing in that notebook?
I just take diligent notes.
Technically,
Never
this is a
sketched.
meeting, and all government communications have to have thorough meeting minutes.
Just recording the time that I picked you up, and everyone's here, and the ship name, and pretty much all of the information that could be useful in the future.
So what does the city look like? She mentioned that it was normally nice, but as we walk through the alleyways, does it seem like nice, or like what's the vibe?
There's shockingly few people. The city is still stunningly beautiful, obviously extremely wealthy. Narrow, twisting alleyways and cobblestone roads and like plazas and marketplaces, but just not that many people.
It's quiet.
Yeah, people are spooked. I don't know. I mean, there haven't been any attacks anywhere except for the port. And in
Well, we
fact,
just
you actually,
were.
well, yeah, you're at the residential port, I guess. This is where people come and go, but the real port where all the business happens is to the south, and that's where all the shipments come through. It's much more industrial. We wouldn't want it to be sort of the welcoming sight that people see when they're visiting our city for the first time.
Oh, of course. If I can appreciate anything, it's the layout of a good city. We've been expanding the fiefdom, you know, and we've put several plans forth, but the workers haven't quite voted on what they want yet.
Well, I assure you, you'll get some ideas based on Echo Bay because it's one of the most livable cities in the entire kingdom, or at least it was.
Livable.
Oh, excellent.
Any street vendors?
I oversee the city of Split Rock myself.
I've never heard of it.
You wouldn't
That's
have.
probably true.
Yeah, there are some street vendors.
I get something and share it with little Gilgamesh. Find
There's
a
a
nice
fruit
gyro.
stand with. Yeah, you get a nice gyro. It has pork in it.
That's it.
I was just wondering if there are any nuts and seeds sort of vendors. I'm not really interested in eating meat after all of that sea travel.
There aren't any seed vendors that you see, but there's one vendor, same vendor that has like fruit, also has a bunch of assortment of nuts.
Perfect. Good, I've
Is
got
there any-
provisions.
Are there any street urchins?
Not that you see.
Okay.
As you're talking, you walk up to finally see sort of a standout building. It's like clearly a government office, high columns and terracotta along the walls, really pretty kind of depictions of the ocean and ships, and red clay roofs. Okay, this is it. Come inside, please. Governor Sharp will be waiting for you.
Thank you.
Okay, you are led into the office, and there, sitting behind a desk, is Governor Sharp.
I get down on one knee. I say, thank you for the summons, Governor Sharp. It is truly an honor.
Little Gilgamesh does his imitation again.
Mhm. Well, I assure you all that if you do your job that you're hired for, by the end of this journey here, we will be bowing to you, for you will have saved this town from a most dangerous plague that has beset our port.
Yes, ma'am, we'll do our best.
I'm glad to hear that. Your best will be needed because our best hasn't been good enough.
What do
As
you
you
mean?
probably, well, as you probably heard in your debriefing, this port provides income to the entire city. It's mostly owned and operated by one family for generations, the Floyds. They're extremely wealthy, and they've been putting great pressure on us to get it working again. Not that they needed to, because half of the city relies on the income that we get from the taxes and fees. Over 100 ships a day. I mean, we're talking thousands of pounds of grain, hundreds of bolts of leather, gallons of perfume, spices, textiles, gold, jewels. Everything that flows into
oh,
Kataria comes through us.
I see why the city's so nice.
Tens of thousands of gold each day flows through our ports, all
Tis but
run
a
by the
feature.
Floyd family.
Wow. 'Tis but a feature on the Empire's gleaming face.
Truly, we are the gem of Kataria, and yet that gem has been tarnished. There's a delicate balance that we had, a dance of shipments and logistics that's been disrupted by these, well, ghosts or specters or ghouls. I don't know what they are.
Did you say ghouls?
Well,
I
yeah, I
think
don't
she
know what
said
they are.
fools.
Ghouls. Oh.
I like.
Well,
False alarm, Gilgamesh.
They must be foolish to try to stand against Kataria. Come now.
well, they're smart enough to get past us so far. The
But I
dock
mean,
workers. Mhm.
eventually, Kataria would step in. I mean, it's the port, right? Of course, we'll do our best. I'm just saying, they're foolish to mess around with one of the Empire's, greatest jewels.
Yes, and unfortunately, so far we just haven't been able to prove anything yet. And
I
well,
see.
it takes a lot to get a regiment of the Qatarian military to come and actually intervene, which is why we've hired you.
You've money but not proof. I understand completely.
Exactly. Now, the Dock Workers Guild, it's the largest guild in the city. It's completely controlled by the Floyd family. They've been getting hit particularly hard. A few dozen have been killed already. I mean, you've got to understand, these are strong, well-trained workers, so they're very valuable. And we have plenty of able workers in the city, but the Floyd family handles all of the workers in the docks. And I don't know how they get them. They must bring them in from somewhere. Uh, we have some soldiers as well, but most of the muscle comes from the Floyd family. Uh, anyway, none of it's been any use. We don't know what to do against an enemy that we can't touch. What do you do against that? We've tried to get our priests to help, particularly Father Jedediah, our highest priest of Pelor, but he just doesn't seem interested.
Do you mean he
So
doesn't seem interested?
he says that priests of Pelor are meant to spread the good word and nothing more. He wants no part in intervening in this.
Don't you have any wizards or scholars or anybody who could help?
Not
Well, we have
one's willing
some.
to take the risk.
Well, some are scared and some just don't know enough. Like I said, we don't know if it's ghosts or what the source of them are, but none of our resources have been good enough.
When do they strike?
Seems to be mostly in the early morning before sunrise, but they've been known to strike in the daytime as well.
Hmm.
Well, I guess that rules out creatures that can only strike at night, unless there are multiple packs or something.
It does seem to be the same type of attack.
And you said it was only during the day?
It's mostly in the early morning, sometimes before sunrise, maybe just after, but
Interesting.
it can happen in the day as well. It's totally disrupted all of our imports and exports.
And what did you say it was? I pull out a notepad and I begin scribbling with an illustrious quill and ink, which I procure from my tunic and wet.
Well, it seems that the dock workers rarely get a good look.
But they
mostly
die.
think
And how?
Some of them, yes. Well, strangulation or thrown overboard, and they're good swimmers, so maybe they're dragged down. Some burn on the ships. Some are crushed.
Burned, as in lit on fire, or by the light of the sun?
The whole ship seems to be set ablaze sometimes.
Jesus,
Well,
I'm so sorry.
it's not much, but at least we can rule out vampires. They can't do anything during the day. And ghosts, you'd think ghosts wouldn't be able to strangle people, right? Because can they touch people?
I know not.
Yes,
Only one way to find out.
I believe they can.
Oh,
They can
Well-
briefly bridge the realities and use a touch attack. I've heard of it from an old friend.
See. Well, your mission is to get rid of these ghosts. Kill them, banish them, whatever. Just get rid of them. The highest priority is getting the port working again at full capacity.
Absolutely.
Are the
And is there
bodies
a-
ever eaten?
No, I don't think so.
And is there a particular dock on which the attacks have been concentrated, or does it seem to be appearing at random?
Well, it's never the residential docks. It's always the port itself.
Interesting. And is there any perhaps discernible history about the port? Was ever a man drowned there unjustly, or perhaps a ship which had capsized and killed a number of men? Are there any sort of grisly historical happenings that you would be aware of that potentially the layperson shouldn't hear or know about?
Any ancient native burial grounds, perhaps?
Ooh, that too. We must always
Well-
explore the matter of desecration.
Echo Bay has been an established city for well over 1,000 years. One of the first, actually, in all of the Kingdom of Kataria.
Was that history ever interrupted by perhaps an intervening period of 700 years or so? Have you guys been here that whole time, or is this oh no, we swear we were here?
Well, the city has changed hands many times throughout wars and history.
Is this an
The port
Israel
it's-
thing?
The port
I don't know
is
what
it-
that. I don't know what word you just said.
Sorry, Biggie. Carry on.
The port is.
It was going to be an Israel thing, actually.
Yeah, it seems like it was gonna go that way. Yeah.
That was definitely first draft.
That's funny.
Oh, did I not tell you about the massive open air prison where we test all of our weapons every day?
The port itself has been controlled by the Floyd family for hundreds and hundreds of years. So the wealthiest mercantile family in the entire kingdom, and they completely control all of the imports and exports of the city itself. Now, of course, they pay their taxes back to us, and we have a very symbiotic relationship with them. But
It sounds like
It
they
is a
supply your garrison, ma'am. Would that be an incorrect assumption?
well, we have a small battalion as a city, but yes, I'd say most
Now,
of our
I don't
need-
mean to be uncouth in asking this question, but if it came to the worst of the worst, would your small battalion be able to defend against the Floyds? I don't mean to stoke any division. I simply want to know the forces at play and how the scales are weighed.
I very much can't imagine some sort of battle with the Floyds.
But if you had to,
Well, I would say that with their dock workers and all of their warriors, they would outnumber our battalion at least 3-1.
dear.
well, thank you for the explanation, Mayor. I shan't breathe a word of it. Governor,
Well, it's a
I
it's a
apologize.
good thing that they're good folks. And well,
Well, I would say I'd like to give you some advice, but frankly, I'm basically at a loss.
Well, you sort of never really addressed my question about history, at least not explicitly in the nature of which it was asked.
Yes, yes.
Now,
Yes.
I was asking about specific events. I understand if the history is incomplete or incalculable, but if there are any local myths about the port which we could examine, or perhaps any, well, known happenings.
Well, I would imagine that the port has meticulous records throughout much of its history. Of course, those would be primarily under the purview of the Foyd family and the Dock Workers Guild itself. You could go to the docks and see if they have some documentation. Now, one thing you might understand is
Documentation.
one thing you might not understand is that dock working is dangerous. People die all the time. So, you know, if you're asking if there have been incidents where dock workers have been killed on the job, I'm sure they have. Whether there's some great historical event that caused a mass wipeout, not to my knowledge, no.
Interesting. Well, thank you, Governor.
Yes. Thank you, Governor.
Well, you don't have to thank me. Just do the job you were brought here for, and
And perhaps you can
that'll-
thank us.
Just a
Don't look a
courtesy.
gift horse in the mouth. You old bag.
Hey,
Please do not speak to the royal lady that way, sir.
he doesn't know how to speak any other way, I'm afraid.
Excuse me, Governor. I do
Burr's
apologize
got
for
it
the
right.
barbarous nature of my comrades.
well, it's quite all right. If you get the job done, you can honestly speak to me any way you like. Just get our port
Oh
working
yeah.
again.
That won't
Mayor,
be a
please.
problem.
I blush a little bit. Lady, have some decorum.
I take my shirt off and kind of toss it over my shoulder.
The time for decorum is past
Gilgamesh
us.
picks it up.
We
No,
better
it's like
get
flung
going
over my
then.
shoulder. I'm doing that like, you're like, I'm like cracking my neck on it and stuff. You know,
Oh, I want to know what happened if someone picks up your magical shirt.
it's not magical. I'm just always taking it off.
It's
It's a
magic. It's
normal
always
shirt.
back on.
It's just a normal shirt.
My
Well, I
office is
take my
open.
leave. Oh,
Okay, my office
No,
is open for any requests of information you might have. I think I've told you everything we know, but of course we're always open. This is our highest priority. So with that, I say good luck. The
Is
Lord
there
be with
a-
you.
thank you, Lady Governor. I shall
there-
not return until we have succeeded in our oath. And I
Well,
bow.
He might not return at all.
Hey
We
now.
might return with questions as well.
Or
Speaking
more
of which-
information.
Is there an inn for us to stay in tonight?
Yes, I would say there are many inns that you can stay at.
I kind of meant, are we being are we being put up in an inn? I suppose is what I meant, Governor. But
Yeah,
it's fine. I mean, if you do it now, I'm just gonna be embarrassed.
we had no plans for putting. We
Have
thought
you
you
not
might
told
have
per diem?
No, I'm
stipend or
sorry. It's
something.
fine. It was tacky to ask.
We
Gosh,
can put you
no,
up in a
no,
room.
no. We have a per diem. It's fine. Don't worry about
I
it.
mean,
I'm-
maybe if you have like a modest room, maybe Gilgamesh would like to stay there, and the rest of us
No,
can find our own
no.
accommodations.
I'll just sleep in the streets where I belong with the rest of the riffraff.
Well, see you in the streets, Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh just like storms out of the room. After 10 seconds of silence, he just beelines for the door.
I apologize once
Sprinting.
again, dear Governor, for the conduct of my associates, and I
He
bow
turns
low.
around and runs so
leave.
fast that the monkey, who suddenly has a hat on and is wearing a scarf, has to hold the hat on its head as the
Oh.
scarf blows behind it.
Yeah, Gilgamesh wears a fez, obviously.
I assure you, the decorum of your party is my lowest concern right now.
Well, I suppose for you it leads to the door, but for me, well, shrug and walk out.
Except
day.
in Casper, the rest of us aren't in politics. Sorry about that, man.
I poke my head back in the door and I say, "He's king of the boys."
God damn it.
She's already like writing in her notebook and doesn't
Yeah,
really
yeah.
look up.
She accidentally writes "Boy King" in the notebook. It's like, oh fuck, and
Crosses it out.
scratches it out.
And then thinks about how you were continually taking off your shirt, but then just goes back to writing.
She
Yeah.
looks on the floor expecting to see a shirt, but there's no shirt.
All right, you're back in the streets of Echo Bay.
All right.
It's 5 p.m.
I think we should get some sleep, wake up early, and talk to the dockmen. Or potentially talk to the dockmen, go to sleep, and wake up early and try to talk to the ghost. I don't know. How do you feel? I turn to my party members.
Well, we don't actually know that it's a ghost, but
Spirit, then, if you will.
I mean, we could wake up early and try to get a look-see at it. Does anyone else have any ideas?
I think we should talk to Dockman and then go to bed and wake up early and try to see the ghosts.
I like the words this man has said.
All right, that works for me.
And what of you,
Okay.
Orc?
I might as well already be asleep.
It's 8 p.m.
It's 5 p.m.
I
It's like
zoned out for a
sunny
second. Yeah, I'm good with the existing plans.
I
Okay,
classic.
PM'd Rob and I said power incarnate.
Yes,
And then pointed at Jack.
Joe really threw me off.
I thought you were just doing cat stuff. That's
No,
way
no,
more
no.
sinister.
It was a bit for Rob.
Okay. You can see the very large industrial port to the south from where you're standing.
Look at her. Beautiful.
Well, we know where to go.
All
There you
right.
go.
It's a winding path down narrow alleyways and cobblestone roads. You go down a bunch of stairs. It's a pretty large elevation change down to sea level, where you get to the port.
I say we find the harbor master. He'll be most aware of the happenings.
Yeah, you see a large burly man with like a bunch of documents, clearly ordering a bunch of people around.
All right.
Well, he's
I-
clearly busy.
I wait until there's a gap in the busyness. Is there a gap in the busyness, or is it just men constantly assailing him?
He's looking around, like as he's ordering people around, he sees you.
And I hail him. I say, "Salutations, good sir. May I speak with the harbor master?"
Yeah, I'm the dock master.
Not the dock master, sir. The harbor master.
Same
unless-
thing here.
Okay.
Anything you see, I'm master of. I'm the dock workers guild
Sorry, I
leader.
apologize. When you have a spare moment, I'd like to speak at length about the happenings which have been.
If you want to talk to me,
happening.
come over and talk to me. Quit yelling.
All right. You look
What'd you
busy.
say?
I get closer.
Oh, hello. What brings you here? The name's Baxter.
The spirits. Hello, Baxter. And I bow. I am Casper the Boy King, king of the Seventh Fife of Arrowburn, a workers' commune, overseen by the town of Split Rock.
Okay. So why are
I'm
you
Hear
here?
Gilgamesh,
about the
Gilgamesh.
ghosts.
And this is Gilgamesh.
What?
Party, a sordid safe for Flit the Hummingbird, a noble lady and cleric.
We're hunting ghosts.
Oh, that makes sense.
Those
Governor
ghosts.
hired you, huh?
Yeah, the
Yes,
governor.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, you're much needed. My poor dock workers have been terrorized by these things.
Yeah,
So what did she tell you up in her big house up there?
yeah.
Well, if I may, I'm going to pull out my notepad.
Gilgamesh is a man of the people.
I say, she said that dock workers had died, they'd been drowned, burned, broken, killed in all manner of unsavory ways. She said
eaten.
that, well, the Floyds control the city. I assume you worked for them, good sir, as you were on the docks.
Oh,
And
working
that's,
for them my whole life. Yep.
And she
Good
said
people.
that nobody knew what it was. That it's just some sort of spirit that strikes around dawn or thereabouts.
Oh,
And
we
it's
know
left me
it's
rather
ghosts.
confused. So it is ghosts.
I mean, fly through the walls.
Have you seen these
partially
apparitions?
see-through. Seen them, yeah, they touched me.
What? Was it cold?
Oh.
Where?
Was it horrible? Did it stink of the wretched depths?
Where'd
Where
they
did
touch
they
you?
touch you?
They tried to strangle me.
No, what location were you in?
I was working the docks.
That makes sense. You're the dock man.
I spent about half my life here, so
Another
other
half
half I'm
sleeping, am I right?
that's right. Hey, you worked docks before?
You know, this and that, there and here.
Oh, okay. All right. One of those easy come, easy go type. We don't have that here. Everyone here works their 12 hours. They get 12 hours off. They go back to their barracks. It's a lifestyle, really.
The tight ship.
You gotta be.
You give
It's the
them
most
12
important port in
hours
all of
off a
Kataria.
day?
Yeah, 12 on, 12 off. Every day.
A little bit
Damn.
lazy, don't you think?
They need to be
Listen,
well rested for all of this labor.
Whatever.
Eight off
And
is
so-
the legal minimum.
And so,
Yeah.
good sir, is there a location in which these attacks happen regularly? Because the mayor told us that it was just at the industrial dockyards. And part of me thinks that the harbor master may have better knowledge due to your oversight.
If
I don't really
if I was looking to get haunted, where would I go?
right where you're standing, really, pretty much this whole area. Been attacked at one point or another. Docks come through here. One of these many boats come through here, land at one of the many docks. We load and unload, and they move on. That's when it happens.
And do these wretched abominations leave any mark behind when they assail you?
Well, they might leave a half-sunk, charred ship full of dead people, if that's what you mean.
How often? The mayor said about a dozen men had died. Is it more?
Well, I'd say that sounds about right, maybe more. Not much more, though.
Hard to keep count from the castle on the hill, am I right, Dexter?
That's true. It's Baxter, though.
Heard that.
Loud and clear, loud and clear. Well, it pretty much happens anywhere. Mostly before sunrise, sometimes a little bit after, though. We never know. I'd say 10 ships a day even are stopped at some point somehow, but some are hit worse than others. Seems random almost.
Hey,
Yep. Well, 10 a day these days. It started off less and just been getting worse and worse.
Is there any individuals who are specifically affected? If someone was haunted, right? Someone specific haunted, and it manifests in this way, who might you suspect? The Floyds, perhaps? Any of the Floyds?
Well, they don't work here, so I don't know. They're not really here much at the docks themselves. They're more administrative.
Yeah.
hey, are the ghosts coming after, like, ships with any particular kind of cargo? Like, is there any pattern at all? I wonder.
Not that I can tell. Seems to be any variety of ships. And in case just to stop the implication before it even starts, there ain't no reason for the Floyds to be haunted. All right, they're good people.
It could be bad ghosts hunting good people. I mean, it's not one thing or the other. Anything's possible. Who knows what we're dealing with?
And good harbor master, if I wish to meet with the Floyds, who would I speak to?
Well, I guess you'd speak to me, but I know it can be pretty hard to get an audience with them. They're very busy.
We've been
we're
contracted
doing
on
it.
behalf of the city, and surely they can lend an ear to those who govern them. For matters of the common good.
I guess you could, yeah.
Would it be too much to ask for you to put in a good word for us and perhaps request an audience with the Floyds?
Yeah, I think I could do that.
Thank you, Baxter.
You're welcome. Oh, one other thing. some of the dock workers. They all say that, well, they all say that they see the ghosts coming from a certain direction. Seems like they're always heading in from the cliffs to the east.
Is there
I don't
anything
know.
in that area?
Well,
An ancient
As far
native
as-
burial ground, perhaps?
as far as I know, it's vacant pretty much. I think someone used to live out there, but pretty much empty now.
All right, now we're talking.
Yeah, I like that.
Now, Mr.
Well, I'd
Harbor
say
Master, would it be possible to request an audience with the Floyds as of tomorrow evening, perhaps, giving us time to, I assume, foray into the cliffs area and investigate this lead which you've so generously provided?
Tomorrow evening, yeah, I think so. They usually have family dinner around that time. They'd be at
Of course.
their
We'd love to
estate.
join them.
Yeah, maybe before or after dinner.
I would say after, preferably. I'd like to meet them whilst they've been fed and drank, and perhaps they would offer us some libations to match.
They're not a very sociable bunch, the three of them.
Of course. Well, all the more reason to bring a fine bottle of brandy.
Whatever.
This guy doesn't know anything about brandy.
Fuck, that's funny. All right, well, I say we hit the sack, wake up early, catch the ghost in the morning, and then check out the cliffs, and then come back, meet up with the Floyds.
Sounds good to me.
You want to check out the cliffs? I'd be careful. They're pretty treacherous. I'd just say you might want a guide of some kind.
Yeah?
Is there a guide?
Well, like I said, someone used to live out there, I think. There's some
Could
old
we not just-
rundown house.
Hike to the cliffs by land? Are there any obstacles?
You can try. It's riddled with all sorts of cracks and holes that you could fall down through. It's pretty worn away, eroded by the millennia of water washing over. Gets hit pretty hard by storms and waves, so... I
So
don't
how
know.
long
I
would
mean,
we
you could
need to
try.
walk around all the obstacles to reach the cliffside safely? It'd take a day or two of hiking, perhaps?
I don't know the area, like I said, you might want a guide or something.
Ah, of course. Fool of me to ask a sailor anything about the land. Thank you, good sir.
I mean,
Any other questions?
Casper, he lives on the land. He works here on the dock.
He's a
mean,
seaman.
Sorry to bother you, water boy.
Well, listen,
Those are a remark that, like, it's just the sailors are good. They just know the sea, not the land. It's if anything, that's praise to his level of expertise, where he just doesn't give a shit.
He's
Listen.
specialized. All right. Well,
yeah, if y'all get the dock working again, you stop this, then we're all happy here, so... If you have any more questions, let me know, otherwise I got some work to do.
wonder where
Yeah,
we
no.
could find that guide.
I don't
How
know.
about the inn?
I agree. Bedtime is long overdue. Thank you, Sir Baxter.
It's like 6 p.m.
You're welcome, and good luck, folks.
Bow.
Thanks.
Leave.
Okay. As you're walking around, you see a bunch of inns, you see some taverns. Seems like the taverns are normally occupied. It's just like people aren't hanging out that much in the street, but the business is still operating as usual.
I say we find a sailor's tavern and a king's inn.
You also pass by a bunch of Pelor churches. It's definitely the predominant religion here by far.
There's enough
I don't think
people
we
for all
wanna-
those churches.
I don't think we want a sailor's inn because we need a guide for the mountains.
I said a king's inn and a sailor's tavern. Sailor's Tavern for information. If we wanted to ask the local dockman anything the harbor master may have withheld, it would be at a Sailor's Tavern.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah. Well, we won't find a guide there though.
Likely not.
We'll find sailors there.
Unfortunately so. But
Well,
if
I
we
don't
wanted
know.
more information, I feel like the harbor master's take was frankly unsatisfactory.
You don't
But the
trust
cliffs were
Baxter?
good. Well, I'd like to talk to the men who lived here to find out what they really mean about the cliffs. And I feel like some of them would hang out at the Sailor's Tavern. It's where the men of culture reside and come through. It's not bad.
Man of culture.
Like Frasier.
Or just sailors. They
Fraser's
go
not a
to exotic
sailor.
lands. They travel the world as
No,
part
he's a
of
man
their
of
living.
culture.
I wonder. I don't know that there's a mountain climbing guild or anything, but there's got to be something like miners or foragers, people who do know the land.
Oh, that's fair. We could
Or
find a
that.
miner's tavern.
A good witch, perhaps. Love a good witch.
Perhaps the witch is what lurks at the cliffs.
Goodness, I don't think I've ever fought a real proper witch.
We were gonna fight her. We were gonna
Well,
ask
if
her about the
she's
cliffs.
if there's a witch making trouble, ooh.
So if we wanted to find a miner's bar, what would we look for? I
You
think
see
we
a
should walk
tavern.
inland a ways.
The greasy mine cart.
Yeah, you see it. You pass by a tavern called Siren Song. One called Sea Legs. One called
It's fucking hard, isn't it?
the salty
Oh.
dog, and then you get to
Yeah.
one called the Black Lung.
That will do splendidly.
All right, you go inside, and yeah, it's a bunch of soot-covered, extremely drunk miners. It's raucous.
Gilgamesh just starts getting drunk.
All right, you go up to the bartender.
Hey,
What can I get you?
I need your biggest vessel of ale, and also your smallest vessel of ale.
All right, 2 soot loggers coming up. And he gives you one massive flagon of ale and then one very large flagon of ale.
Yeah, the very large one is for Gilgamesh, and the massive one is for Gilgamesh.
I also walk up to the bartender and I say, "Sir, I'd like to buy every man here a drink. In exchange for that, an audience.
Every man here a drink. There's 50 men in here.
And how much does a drink cost? But a gold?
Well, for a flagon of soot ale, it's gonna run you half a gold.
I'll buy them all too."
Wow.
Good.
Attention, gentlemen, everybody. Hello, we've got a wealthy benefactor here who wants to buy you all 2 flagons of soot ale. Everybody cheers and is knocking themselves over happy.
What's benefactor mean?
Gilgamesh raises his flagon and yells out, "To the king of the boys!"
Everybody, to the
All
king
your
of the
boys
boys.
tonight.
Ah! But that is not why we drink tonight, gentlemen. If you would lend me an ear for a moment, we are not here for pleasure alone.
They're all drinking.
They are.
Gilgamesh doesn't even pay attention to you.
Gentlemen,
They're lifting you up. They're all raising to lifting you up.
Okay, the bartender
Gentlemen.
says, "Hey, everybody! Hey, listen up! Listen up!" He rings a bell. Come on, he bought you all 2 drinks. Let's give him your ear for a few minutes. All right.
you've heard of the happenings in the port of Echo Bay?
They shrug. Yeah.
We are here to solve that problem. Now, who among you knows anything of the cliffs that overlook the port.
Yeah. There. I've seen them. We all seen them.
Well, who's familiar with the landscape? Are any of you from around here? Have any of you been? Do you know what lurks?
Was I? Didn't where's Yolanda? She used to live out there. Everyone just kind
Yolanda.
of looks around, and sitting in the back corner in like a booth, not standing up. They kind of part ways, and are looking back at her, and she says, "Yep, I know those parts."
Yolanda.
I raise my glass back up and I yell out to the king of the boys.
Everybody starts screaming again, and they're like all drinking and completely lost their attention.
Yeah.
Well, that was enough.
I get a refill
Of course.
and I
Me too.
approach Yolanda.
I'm not
All right.
going to sit down, but I'm going to listen to you guys so I can have information.
Okay, in the back corner is a really tall, like muscular woman in a very nondescript kind of just like canvas clothes. She has like a staff resting against the table. She's maybe just past middle aged. No, she's old.
Yolanda.
Yep.
Are you
Who's
a witch?
asking? A witch?
A witch.
Nope.
Good witch. Not bad bitch.
Now.
Not either of those, I don't think. Just a widow.
A widow, you say? I get down on my
Husband
knees.
killed himself, huh?
Jesus.
Oh my
No.
goodness.
The
That's
black
no
lung
good.
got him.
So good. Black lung, heard that. Well, I'm Gilgamesh. This is Gilgamesh. And
What?
Gilgamesh crawls out and jumps on the table and also gets down on his knee.
Oh, pet monkey, huh? That's a cute trick.
No pet of mine. He's a
Oh.
good friend. Partner,
Friends with a
even.
monkey, huh? Oh, okay. Well, who are you all?
We're here to get the ghosts.
So, governor hired you, huh? I heard about that.
Yeah, the governor. Baxter said we gotta go to the cliffs to catch these ghosts.
Why?
I don't know.
It goes from the cliffs?
Something like that.
Huh.
It's what we in
Weren't
the
any-
biz call a lead.
Weren't any ghosts when I lived there.
Yeah? Why'd you live in the cliffs?
It's my home.
Witchy business out there, perhaps?
My husband and I lived out there for 30 years.
Was he a witch too?
He was a miner. Got the black lung and died.
Yeah. Sorry, Yolanda, you said that already. You could be a witch and a miner.
Neither
know
of us
why
were
you would.
witches.
Sorry, these cliffs are all spooky and ghost-like. I just have to assume.
Well, everyone's afraid of him, but
Were you
Me,
a
it was
sorceress?
I don't do magic of any kind. Never have. Don't really understand any of that stuff.
Yolanda,
I'm actually
if
not
you don't do
superstitious
magic,
at all.
how have you stolen my heart?
Well, I have that effect on men.
Jesus.
Always have. Yeah, I know it pretty well because I used to live there with my husband, and I haven't lived there for 10 years, but cliffs don't change.
Well, there's ghosts coming out of them now.
Well, there weren't ghosts when I lived there.
Yeah. Well, can you take us back up the cliffs?
Hmm.
We'll give you money.
Well, it has been a while since I've been out there and paid my respects to my husband's grave, so. I mean, do you have permission from the Floyd family to go out on their property?
Oh well, we were hired by the governor.
I see.
We're
Well,
gonna
I
meet
guess
with the
that's good
Keys
enough.
to
Floyds
the
tomorrow.
city.
Hmm?
Keys to the city.
We're working for the city, for the good of all of you.
I guess. All right.
We're
Well, if, they bought the land off of me. Not that I wanted to sell it to them. So if you got permission from them, or you say you'll take the heat if they get pissed, then I'll go with you. I've wanted to pay my respects to my husband for a while now.
sure. Sounds good. We'll meet you on the east side of town at 8 a.m. sharp.
That's right.
All right. Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning.
All right. Well, see you then. And thanks for thanks for letting me say goodbye to my husband one last time. I appreciate it.
So, listening, I pulled out my quill and scribbled a few notes from what I overheard of the conversation. And I go over to the bartender and I say, Bartender, is there perhaps a hermitage that we can visit in order to acquiesce to Floyd's request for property rights? Or do you know if the civil code here supersedes the property ownership?
Well, nothing supersedes the Floyds.
So, is there an office or something convenient we can visit around sunrise or prior, through which we can obtain some sort of documentation in order to visit the land unencumbered?
Mm, yeah, I guess you could go to their estate. It's connected up. It's their residential and their office, so maybe talk to one of them there.
Excellent. And I take
Yes,
it I
they
would meet with a
rent.
servant if I showed up at sunrise sharp?
Yeah, I think they all probably pretty early risers, hard workers,
Good,
all of them. But yeah,
good.
someone will talk to you.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you,
All right.
bartender.
Thanks for all the beers.
So I spent 100 gold on beer. I leave him 40 gold as a tip from the treasury.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. You come back whenever you want.
And I shall. Thank you, bartender.
Yolanda's
Gil-
gone back to drinking.
yeah, Gilgamesh downs his drink, and so does Gilgamesh. And I guess we leave.
As you're as you're walking down the street, you pass by some like closed down businesses and uh, a few other taverns. You also pass by a church with a very, very old man who's sweeping the front stoop of the church and generally tidying. And then you see your tavern like another 500 feet.
Wait, I want to talk to the old man.
Of course, we've got to talk to the nice old man.
He seems of spiritual significance.
Yeah. Hey, Grandpa.
He keeps sweeping.
Grandpa.
No response.
I just like walk up to him.
Sir, please don't bother him. We're trying to go to the inn. He doesn't want to
Grandpa.
talk to you.
Once you walk up and within his kind of direct line of sight, hello. Sorry, my hearing and my vision aren't so good anymore.
Hey, that's okay, Grandpa.
Grandpa? I'm not a grandpa. I'm Father Jedediah, High Priest of Belor.
Sir?
I bow. And I say, I am Casper the Boy King, king of the seventh fife of Ereburn, overseen by the town of Split Rock. Thank
Does
you,
the
good sir,
Lord
for
shine
your
his light
service.
upon your city?
Absolutely. May his wondrous eye watch all of us in the splendor of his vision.
He does the Pelor
I do as
gesture,
well.
like. So, I don't recognize any of you. I haven't seen you in our temples.
Yeah, we're here hunting ghosts.
Ah, you've been brought in
By the government, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And if I may inquire of you, Father Jedediah, the governor said that you'd resigned yourself of the matter. And a man of such faith and prestige, well, I don't mean to be frank or uncouth, but I found myself surprised. And I'm
feel like
curious.
I'm prepared to go to battle with an army of ghosts.
An army, you say, man? What do you mean?
Well, with the way the dock workers talk about it, it just sounds like a lot.
Well, only a dozen or so would have died, you know. I mean, that's not... Of course, that's over half a score of men, but still, it's not exactly what you'd expect of an army, Father.
Well, whatever, I'm not fighting anybody. I'm merely here to teach the word of the Lord and make sure his light touches all.
Well, you know you don't always need to fight a ghost, right?
Of course, yes, but I'm not an investigator either.
I told you where the ghosts were. Would you agree to banish them? You've been paid a handsome sum by a corporation and the government to, suss this matter out. And if we were to find it, I haven't the clerical powers to banish the evil spirits.
I'd be
And well,
happy to donate to the church for your aid.
I don't know if my powers will be enough. They've waned greatly in my old age.
My associate Flit is a cleric. She is good. I believe she follows the god of Corellin, goddess, if you will, and can perhaps help you in the endeavor. Should you aspire to it?
I would be happy to help, or if there's any magic of Pelor that you could pass on with us, at least that you think might be helpful in banishing foul spirits. Anything you know, your knowledge would be helpful if you don't feel up to the journey.
Knowledge I can give. What I know of ghosts is that they do not haunt for no reason. They must be caused by something. Their souls have not left this earthly plane for a reason. And if you want to learn why they're doing this and how to stop them, you must learn what happened to them.
And how would you recommend doing that? Have you lived here a long time?
My whole life.
And are there any... Well, you said there must be a reason, Father. Search your mind, search the histories of this place which you know. Are there any compelling reasons that would cause a ghost to haunt such a prosperous town?
Well, I'll just say that the Floyd's family's reach touches every aspect of this town. I know not if they are responsible, but it is doubtful that they are not somehow connected.
Father, that is what I was thinking. Tomorrow morning we have a plan. Well, at least I'd intend to wake up long before the sunrise and march directly to the Floyd's estate, whereby I will request a permit to search the land which they own on the cliffside. Would you recommend against that course of action, having lived here? Would they take unkindly to that? Would it be better to perhaps commit the crime of trespass than it would be to ask outright?
Well, they are quite protective of their land.
Better to ask forgiveness, eh, Father?
Well, I
The Lord
suppose that's
forgives
the rogue's
all.
way.
Lord forgives all. You heard him.
Well, if the Floyds have the sword and gun of the town, then I suspect the Lord may forgive us in a plane in which the Floyds have no influence. And frankly, a plane I'd like not to join.
Well, let's just say I don't think Polo will be smiting you for taking a walk by some cliffs.
No, but it's the Floyds I fear smiting me.
Well, that is a very justified fear.
And would you recommend any remedies, Father, or simply courage?
I recommend following the light of the law. in all things.
Well, then I shall say a fantastic prayer this eve and heed its counsel. Have you any more words for us, old man? Father?
I fear this old man has no more advice to give. But I will say, I am very curious how this shakes out, so if you learn anything or need any help, do let me know.
And so you answer my call, by which I originally summoned you, Father. I asked if you would join us in a time of need to perhaps vanish a ghost by which I do not have the clerical powers to vanquish. And should that situation come about, will I have your alliance in the matter?
This.
Boy King, this guy's 1,000 years old.
He can still cast. He's had 1,000 years to learn magic.
He hands you a brilliant golden stone and says,
Hold this in your hand and say a prayer of Pelor, and I will heed thy call.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you.
Thank you. I tuck it into my tunic. Oh yeah, Jedediah's stone, baby.
Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome, my child.
May Pelor's light shine upon us never-endingly, and may you soon to be happy in joining his splendor. And I give a low
Jesus,
bow.
man. Unbelievable. Gilgamesh is out of there. Got enough of this fucking guy.
I give a little bow from cleric to cleric, and
Yeah.
I at the tips of my wing little fingers, I give a little dazzle of light because hey, all right, Pelor guy, I hear you
Nice.
guys like light.
the light sparkles in his eyes, and then he goes back to sweeping.
Very nice. Off to
Okay,
the
your
inn.
inn is like 500 feet away.
Well,
You have entered the parking lot for your destination. We should
bedtime.
dinner.
we
big
should
dinner.
maybe not tell the Floyds that we're going up to their land.
No, unfortunately, I think it would be ill-advised.
I'll just say this. Good people don't come by the kind of money the Floyds got.
That's precisely what I was thinking.
Says the boy king.
You're literally a king, guy.
Yeah, I don't-
But it's cool.
Of a workers' commune, thank you.
Yeah.
Look, we could get into the politics of the arrangement that the boy and the ogre versus like 24 men would have worked out, but they pretty comfortably let him exist while also taking like 3 or 4 times more than what they were getting under the king. And he just doesn't care because he's too immature to realize that like he should be saving money for any amount of trouble happening to the kingdom, but it's just all going into the fortunes of the workers.
Naturally. Where it belongs.
Yes,
That's
but
right.
also they'll leave and then he'll lose his legitimacy because he no longer controls the labor. But again, being 15, you wouldn't understand that. So it's like, it's a well-hearted attempt at like communo-feudalism that is going to probably fail. I don't know. We'll roll a few dice and see how it goes.
Okay, do you go to sleep?
Is it
I
a
have
nice inn?
big dinner first. So does Borborygmus.
God
The
bless
menu
his
is-
heart.
Menu is massive. As, like-
Not Borborygmus, sorry.
I'll have the
Gilgamesh.
Borborygmo special, please.
A Borbo burger for me.
I believe you dip it in lava and throw a rock on it or something, and the universe ends. But I like that. Whatever this incoherent menu of yours says.
That guy sounds
Alright.
like a hero.
2 Borborygma
God bless him.
specials.
Gilgamesh closes his eyes. Sorry, big Gilgamesh closes his eyes and points somewhere at the menu and orders that.
God damn it.
G2.
Okay, you land on the frog bison steak.
Right on. Make that 2.
All right. 2 frog bison steaks, pork Rigo special.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt. But what is a frog bison?
Well, it's pretty much a large hairy frog. Roams the plains in the north.
Interesting.
I appreciate you humoring the little boy king.
Now, is it a frog-sized bison or a bison-sized frog?
Well, I don't know what
It's a
a
frog.
bison is, but it's a pretty damn big animal.
Interesting.
You have frogs and frog bisons.
No
You
bison.
don't know what a bison is.
Well, thank you anyways, kind server.
All right. Anything for you? What?
Do you have like a salad or a really like extra whole grain bread?
I'm sure I could bring you our garden salad and 7 grain whole grain bread.
Well, that's delightful.
Is it 7 grains or whole grains?
All
7
7 of
whole
them are
grains.
whole.
Yep.
No, all right.
We don't
Well.
take the germ off before we grind it up.
Very nice.
What an establishment.
Bake it fresh here.
What was the witch's name?
Yolanda.
Yolanda.
The nice
Uh,
lady.
Bartender.
Yep.
Do you know Yolanda?
Yolanda. Oh, the old miner's widow. Used to live on the
Yeah.
cliffs.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
That's the one.
She's eaten here a few times. I've seen her stumbling out of the Black Lung every night.
Uh-huh.
I hope
Every
she's not
night, you
wasting all of her money, her pension on booze.
I don't know about wasting, but she sure is using it on booze.
But don't judge the way people live their lives.
Well, I just hope that she's got financial security, that's all. It's hard out there.
He said she's drinking every night. That sounds pretty secure to me.
God.
If you can afford that, you're fine.
You're fine.
You're fine.
You're fine. All right. Oh, poor lady.
Your food comes and it's extremely good.
Excellent.
Thick.
Just,
Little Borborygmos eats one of the bison frog steaks. That was
I'm eating 2 chickens, like 2 rotisserie chickens, and I'm holding them both by their just taking whole bites
Nice.
out of each one in an alternating way.
You're
Delicately.
full.
Disgusting. I'm smacking so loudly.
I take 45 minutes to delicately eat my bison's frog steak.
he
very
sounds
well
like the kind of guy who eats pizza with a fork and knife.
But he looks like he needs the iron. From the steak, that is, not the pizza.
Yep. Okay, the server comes back and says, "All right, you need a room here tonight too."
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, 3 gold a bed.
Can we have the, do you have an attic suite in here?
Yeah, we'll have to bring up a couple extra mattresses. There's only 2 big beds up there.
Oh, that's fine. We'll take that, please.
All right, 10 gold for the attic suite.
That what
As you
passes
are.
for a penthouse?
Well, we're really a restaurant first and a place to get some shut-eye second.
Hey,
Yes, you asked for the attic room.
I could probably sleep standing up, so I'm not worried.
Gilgamesh gets a separate room for him and Gilgamesh.
Whoa. I take
And they-
extreme offense, but say nothing.
I don't know this guy.
They take turns sleeping all night and watching the door.
That's really emotionally intimate.
Okay, at what time are you trying to wake up in the morning?
6,
Uh,
the
Someone from the
reverse
city coming out
switching
around
hour.
9, so
So you said the people were early risers.
Yeah,
Friends, what time is it right now?
9 p.m.
In the hallway, I whisper, "We should get but 5, maybe 6 hours of sleep. Slip out to the cliffs before the Floyds wake up." I'm talking wake up at 3 a.m., 2 a.m. even, the wee hours.
we
Or
want to
prior.
be. Do we not want to try to catch the ghosts in action?
I think it's best we investigate the cliffs. I don't think there's any use in fighting the ghosts. We ought to turn them away. We ought to do what they want and see their grudges through. I think that's the best way to get rid of them.
Yeah,
We,
sounds fine to me.
Well,
well, I
I
shall
see
see you in the wee
anything wrong
hours.
with investigating the cliffside in the wee hours? That makes sense.
Oh no, we're meeting
Yolanda.
Yolanda. At
Oh, on the
8.
east side at 8. Hmm.
Well, you're really close to the bar still.
She
If you want
might
to
be
go
stumbling out.
tell her to meet at 3, then you can.
Yes, I'll go. I volunteer.
Thank you. You had
Have
a
we are we
good
doing this
connection with the druid woman.
the night before?
Hmm?
Yeah, I imagine we haven't slept yet. She's probably still there.
Yeah, this is still that
Okay,
night.
okay.
I imagine I've
Uh,
cornered you in the hallway prior to us going to our beds and said, "Listen, we should.
Yeah,
This is where we should wake up."
I've got a like a triangle like night cap on and a nightgown. But as soon as we talk about Yolanda, I run in and change.
Okay, she's still at that same spot drinking.
Damn.
Yolanda, change of plans. We're trying to
Yeah.
slip past the Floyd, so we're getting out of here at 3 or 4.
Okay, but if we get caught, you're taking the heat.
You got it.
All right. See you at 3 a.m. and she finishes her beer and goes to pay her tab.
I go to tip my hat and I realize I'm still wearing my nightcap and I'm just so embarrassed. And I run
Yeah,
out
she
of the
looks at
bar.
it really like weirdly.
Narrow run away.
I
Okay.
just go straight to my room and scream into my pillow. And little Gilgamesh tries to pat my back, make me feel
Oh,
better.
All right.
Yolanda says we're taking the heat, but she doesn't know that we are the heat.
Boom.
Heyo. Hoo, hoo, hoo.
Yep. Uh,
I just raised
okay,
my
anything else before you go to bed? Okay, everyone
All good
sleeps.
here.
Everyone sleeps well. You wake up at 3 a.m.
The alarm goes off.
Yeah.
Little Gilgamesh didn't wake me up for my shift. He just stayed up and kept watch. So he's very sleepy, but I'm
He's
well
sleepy.
rested.
He goes, little monkey on.
And he tucks away in my tunic.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I
It's
feel like, from a technical perspective, I feel like because we didn't do any combat or anything, even though we didn't sleep for 8 hours, we'd still feel as rested as usual because it wasn't that hard compared to what we usually deal with when we talk about rest. So,
yeah. Except the Boy King had a bunch of nightmares, so you're gonna start off
No!
with half a hit point.
What the fuck? Moon.
Okay. It is nighttime as you exit the inn. It's the least amount of stars you've ever seen. No moon. Being in the kind of one of the biggest cities you've ever been in, it's a very small amount of starlight that you're seeing. And it's definitely dark. It is not really even close to dawn yet.
We'll have to tread carefully.
The rooms are pretty well lit by oil lamps.
See, there's that city infrastructure.
Okay, you get to the east side, and Yolanda is there waiting for you. It's got like a hot cup of something that she's sipping on, and she's wearing like an overcoat, and she has her staff.
Thank God for your hail, Druid. I'm surprised you found us on the entire east side.
Well, yeah, this seemed like the most reasonable place, I guess. Not a druid, though, just a normal lady. Don't know why you guys keep thinking I'm magical.
Well,
There's
you live on the
nothing
cliffs
normal
and you
about
carry
you,
a quarterstaff.
Yolanda.
I do beg your pardon, milady, but there's a mystique about you.
All three guys started immediately talking to her when she says, "I don't know why. I don't know why you think I'm so magical."
Yolanda, he's king of the boys, just so you know. I'm not. I'm not king of any boys. Was
Oh,
No gods, no
counts for the boy
masters. Am I
king.
right, YOLO?
Governor of the 7th Fife of Araburn and overseer at the city of Split Rock. It's nice to have your acquaintance, Lady Yolanda.
I'm a little bit nervous to be seen doing this, so can we go ahead and get moving out of the city?
Absolutely.
All right, she starts leading you on a path that starts out as cobblestone road and then leads to sort of a dirt road worn with two ruts from wagon wheels until eventually it's just a dirt walking path that arcs kind of across the bay, and you go over a bridge, and then you're on like the opposite side of the bay.
What a view! I'm quickly sketching it as we walk along.
It is quite a beautiful view. Me and my husband used to look out at the city every night. There's something peaceful about seeing a city bustling from afar.
If you don't mind, ma'am, what did your husband look like? I start getting ready to do a sketch.
Well, he was a little rough around the edges, but handsome. Bright, clear eyes, even though he was half covered in soot most of the time. Tall, long beard, dark hair.
What sort of shape was his nose and jaw?
Round nose, square jaw.
I'm just sketching along. Kind of like this?
Wow, that's pretty good. You some kind of artist?
By trade. Is there any detail here that seems a little bit off?
His smile. He was always smiling.
Sure thing, man. And I tweak it a little bit.
There, that's better.
Here, my gift. I always need to practice my portraits.
Well, thank you. She folds it up, puts it away in her coat. Yeah, we loved the solitude. He'd work in the mines, and I fished and farmed. I buried him out here after he succumbed to the black lung. And about 5 years ago or so, the Floyd family offered to buy my home. And I refused, but they basically threatened me. I had no choice.
They threatened you? How?
Well, let's say that they could pretty much kick me out if they wanted to. There's nothing I or the town would do about it, so I might as well take the money.
They possibly kick you out of land that you own.
Well, they and their small
Flint.
army could drag me out and occupy the space.
But
They do basically own the town. The governor herself said they outnumber her 3-1.
Oh, Flit. So young and naive.
it just...
And so, Yolanda, if I may, did your husband have any sort of grudge against the Floyds? Would there be a reason that the purchasing of the land would cause his grave to be desecrated and motivate his spirit to haunt the Darkworkers?
You think that he's the ghost?
Well,
I don't
no.
think so.
Not exactly, but I know that spirits can be irritable. And if the ghosts come from there, perhaps the ghost of your husband, be he the one who causes it or otherwise, may know something.
Maybe. I mean, I buried him nearly 10 years ago. I don't know why he'd suddenly come bursting out now.
No, that's a fair point. Like I said, it was only a theory. But
Yeah.
please excuse my candor, Lady Yolanda. I mean no offense.
If you're trying to solve the mystery, I guess you gotta ask the right questions.
And they're not always easy to ask a lady of your stature, I dare say.
Stature, the town drunk. Oh, I
A
say that
practical woman.
to myself.
Okay, as you're getting out like past the bridge, she says,
Well, this is the beginning of our property. It's most of the North Cliff sides.
and she opens up this small wooden gate. You kind of start walking through a path, and on the top of the hill, overlooking some of the cliffs, is a small wooden cottage.
Is it like lived in, or is it...
Seems abandoned.
She says, That's it. Our old home.
Seems like they didn't even do anything with the land. That's the worst part.
Wonder why they want it.
No
I
idea.
presume it has something to do with the dastardly happenings in this place.
Can anyone
This-
here detect magic?
I'd be happy to. But I'd go on and do it then.
Gilgamesh can, but he's sleeping.
You detect magic, but not coming from the house.
Not from the
Seems like-
house.
Yeah, it's like coming from more like the ocean.
I'm gonna look over here. And I walk kind of over near the cliffs a little bit.
I eagerly
Sure.
follow Flit.
Careful now. Not all of the cliffs is as solid as it seems.
Flick
Well-
can fly.
I am a bird.
I'm not.
Okay. I don't know. If you start falling into these caves, whether you can fly or not, you're gonna get banged up.
I tread very carefully.
Okay, you reach towards the edge of the cliffs and you look over the side, and it's very porous and rocky cliff with lots of caves and nooks and cracks.
I look down and I cast Detect Magic again.
Yeah, there's a lot of magic coming from the cliff side.
I don't get anything more precise. I don't see a specific hole that says big awful ghost generator.
Nope.
Lady Yolanda, do you
Yeah.
know if the cave system within the cliff is extensive? It seems like you lived on this land a number of years and could perhaps provide that knowledge.
Oh, yes, I walk down the cliffside most days to do my fishing, so I could certainly show you a path down. There's a few entrances.
But within? What is
it's-
within the cliff? Not down it, but underneath the ground itself.
Well, you have to go down to go in, and
Oh.
once you're inside, it branches quite a lot. It's easy to get lost.
You know the way?
Well, I can show you the entrance. I didn't spend much time in those caves, so no.
Well,
That'll be just fine, Yolanda.
we'll figure it out. Thank you. That's great. Please show us the way.
From there, you're welcome to do what it is you came to do, and then go home.
Many thanks. I'll show you the entrance and then leave you to it while I go pay my respects to my husband.
She leads you down a pretty specific pathway that goes down one of these cracks. You're kind of half climbing, half walking down these really porous kind of limestone rocks, and you go down maybe like 100 feet. It's 100 feet more to the water's edge, but as you're climbing down, you get to this large kind of cavernous entrance to this cave. As you're climbing down, you're hearing not just the waves and the howls of the wind, but all of your footsteps seem to be echoing, not just through the caves, but across the bay itself, reverberating around, such that it's pretty difficult to tell what the source of sounds are originally coming from.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello,
Whoa.
hello, hello, hello.
Is this some sort of acoustic chamber?
Well, I suspect whoever first settled this place noticed, and that's why they called it Echo Bay.
I see.
Echo Bay.
Oh.
The port at Echo Bay.
That's really clever.
Gilgamesh starts beatboxing.
Sounds cool. The monkey wakes up and he's like dancing.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Gilgamesh is a phenomenal break dancer. The monkey.
Okay.
Yolanda says, well, like I said, I don't know the caves too well, but I think you can make your way back up. Just follow the same route. I'll be going back to the grave, and I'll wait for you all at my house. At the top.
Tread
Wish you luck.
carefully, Yolanda.
I
Thank
think
you.
you'll be the ones that need to be more careful.
Well, I turn to the cave, I draw my sword, and I cast continual flame on its tip, which creates a never-ending and heatless torch. Doing nothing but making my sword not only a weapon, but also a source of light.
The shadows of the craggy rocks dance as the flame flickers.
Well, are we going in, or?
I take a whiff of the cave. And so does little Gilgamesh.
Smells
What do you smell?
like gross low tide.
Ugh.
Nothing but low tide.
Wretched.
What about you, little buddy?
He goes and plugs his nose.
The tides, they
Low
stink in
tide.
autumn.
I detect undead.
Okay. You detect undead.
I detect undead. Everyone.
I whisper, ghoul.
I regret to inform you, there may be ghouls.
Echoes. You start hearing lots of noises as you get deeper into the cave.
Oh fuck.
Wind and its waves and your own footsteps, and it's really hard to tell kind of what are real sounds and what are echoes.
Where do I detect the undead? Like, do I get a direction? What?
Straight ahead.
Perfect.
And you mean it, cleric? The signal is strong? Down there in that cave?
I'm feeling what I'm feeling. Can
By
I get
God.
a magnitude?
It gets stronger the further you go in.
Well, they're down there.
I peel little Gilgamesh out of my tunic where he's hiding. And I tell him he'd better wait with Yolanda. Caves is no place for a monkey.
He doesn't have to. You don't have to tell him twice, and he sprints out of the cave and climbs up the cliffs.
Cleric? Flit, have you a spell with which to bless my blade?
Well, let's see. I
only read of magic. I have no innate understanding. And you can see that on the inside of his parry dagger glove is taped like spell instructions for the spells that he can cast.
Let's see. I could definitely protect against evil, and I could. Oh yes, I'm protecting against the awful forces. See, he gets a +2 and saves. Versus, let's see, that's evil.
I think I'm a pretty abstract DM, so I will give you holy bonus on your strikes.
Cool. That's all I want. You just don't want to have the classic you stab him 3 times and he keeps walking towards you because he's a zombie kind of deal, you know?
No, well, we'll see. Okay.
It's pretty abstract.
Gilgamesh takes his shirt off and he ties it around his waist. And he drags the tip of his spear across his chest and draws blood.
Trazodone goes to take his shirt off, but it's already off, tied around Gilgamesh's waist.
Dear.
Good
The
God,
new
Gilgamesh.
master.
Gilgamesh smears some of his blood across his face.
And quite an honor it is to fight alongside a warrior of your stature. Thank you for having me, sir.
My stature? King of boys?
Yes.
Is that a joke?
A king of boys is only a title. A stature is something that's earned, that's forged. You should be proud of it.
I'm 3 feet tall, guy.
It's not your literal stature, it's your courage, man.
As you're arguing, you hear what really sounds more like moans or wailing than wind, but you can't be sure.
Me and 2 other people are going to become indiscernible to undead. Who wants to hide? Get the jump on him.
Me,
Yeah.
Madam Fit.
All right. Who else wants to hide?
I'll tank it.
All right, we'll get the jump on him.
Understanding. No, the small one should hide. I'm gonna draw their ire.
All right. Maybe we'll get an attack of opportunity.
Cracking my knuckles.
You hear more wails, and you start to hear footsteps.
I draw my holy dagger of ghoul slaying.
I take off my shirt and put my brass knuckles on.
I raise my enchanted rapier high, so the light shines further down the passage and the blade is ready. I also have my parry dagger ready, but it's not apparent.
50 feet down the cave, you see some kind of glowing white light just around the corner.
Gilgamesh goes in.
Silently. Not perceived.
The light gets brighter. And the wailing at this point is just right around the corner. And the wind is howling. It's like the central tunnel has some output somewhere because the wind is just pouring through really strongly. You're hearing the waves crashing, and this ghostly wailing is getting louder, and the footsteps are just around the corner. And as you're getting closer, a glowing, small child that's slightly translucent steps around the corner and sort of looks at you and just stands there.
Oh, not ghouls, guys. And I put away my holy dagger of ghoul slaying. And I look at the child ghost and I cross my eyes and blow up my cheeks like this.
He just keeps crying.
Aw, buddy.
He runs away.
I take out my holy dagger of child slaying.
He can't. He can't perceive me, right? But I try to follow him to see where he runs. He's like run through a wall or anything like that, or is he like running deeper into the cave?
He is running away. He runs through a wall and he's gone, but
Damn.
you start to see more ghosts running or walking through walls down these winding corridors. You hear footsteps directly behind you, Trazodone, and that same boy is directly behind you.
Yeah. I jump back and square up.
He's just standing there crying. You see that the clothes that he's wearing, and you notice that all the ghosts are kind of wearing like workers' clothes.
Child laborers.
They're not all children. Most are adult.
I venture deeper into the cave.
The boy walks past you and points to the right, down a tunnel.
I nod and I go down the tunnel.
I'm
I
also
cast
following.
light.
I'm just
As
gonna
you're
follow
walking,
you.
you see more ghosts are now walking behind you and in front of you as well.
Yeah.
So
I push on.
Have you ever seen anything like this, Gilgamesh?
Nope.
Me
I was in
neither.
a similar situation, but it was all ghouls.
I've only ever dealt with evil men. Nothing like this.
This ain't so
behind
bad.
you, in front of you is the boy and about a dozen others, and behind you and coming in and out of the walls is at least 100 ghosts now. Most of them adults, mostly men, but men and women, some children as well, all wearing the same clothes. And then
Do they look like clothes that we would recognize, or are they like different?
The Floyd uniform.
you can't really tell. But
That makes sense.
the boy walks right up to a stone wall and stops, and he's just looking at it. Seems to be like rubble.
I punch through it with my bare hands.
I'm-
Gilgamesh is a strength character, by the way.
Okay, you knock some of the rocks away.
I begin to meticulously pry them away.
I push the boy king out of the way and just
Excuse you, orc,
with my brass
I-
knuckles.
but I suppose it is a noble cause by which you disregard me.
I don't even hear a sound.
Yeah.
Smashing.
As you're doing this, the wailing of the ghosts and the howling of the wind grows to a just a cacophonous level. And as you finally break away through whatever this pile of rubble is, you start to see bones pouring out along with the earth and rocks that you're moving aside as well.
I mean, do ghosts have a language? Or are they just crying?
No, I guess.
I think they
You
speak
don't know
Greek.
of one. The bones coming out now aren't just like loose collective bones. It's entire decomposed bodies, very little flesh left on them, and they are wearing these clothes, and you would immediately recognize them to be the same clothes that the dock workers were wearing as well.
Oh, good God! It stinks!
I'm going to begin. Is there water in the cave?
No.
There's no water in the cave. Okay. I'm going.
You have some water, though, perhaps?
I'll take some water and I'm going to bless it to make it holy. And I'm going to begin to cast it over the bodies to send them on peacefully to the next life. I'm trying to bless this space.
The wailing does seem to die down a little bit from the ghosts, but you don't start seeing ghosts like ascending or anything.
Casper, that rock from the Pelor guy, this might be a good
Yes.
time.
I look at the rest of the party. Do you think perhaps we should call the father to try to commune with the spirits?
Sure thing.
So-
Yeah.
so- Now, hold before Orc. Does it seem like you're making any headway through the bones, or are they endless?
I'm
What is
making
this?
fist ways.
Silly question, I suppose.
As you are pouring out, kind of punching and pulling out more of the earth and the bones, you pull out kind of a full body in uniform, and you start to notice that all these bones have not just stab wounds, but some are broken, kind of scratched and broken. So
Wow.
they seem like they were killed. And at this point, there's like 20 bodies with these uniforms on. And there seems to be many more if you keep digging.
Happened here?
Trazodone, do you want to? How long do you want to dig for? Like, that's.
I mean, I could keep going indefinitely, but maybe we should get the father. Just tell
Okay.
me when.
No, just keep going, guy. Just keep on going.
I was looking at you. Okay, I'll call him. And
All right.
I go down on one knee and I pull the stone from my tunic and I shake it and I press it. Well, actually, I turn my head up because we're praying to the sun god, and I press it to my throat and I say, Father, heed our call. We lie deep beneath the earth, piling through a rugged, unmarked cemetery of bones and wretched bodies. Hundreds of ghosts surround us, and we need your counsel. We need your commune, and we need your assistance at once. Please send whatever message you can to make it easier. If I could facilitate your summons, please tell me whatever you can to let me know. May God bless you now and for the all times, in his light forever and always. I end my prayer.
Not much light down here.
And you turn around and he's standing there.
Thank you, Father.
The old man still has a few tricks up his sleeve.
I look at him real close.
I made some holy water to try to bless this awful cemetery of this mass grave, but it didn't do very much.
Like putting a bandage over a septic wound. There's a much deeper infection here.
I'm still starting out as a cleric.
Shall I get to the heart of it?
I make
As
a
you're
move. I make a move like I'm gonna jump at the old man, and then I don't.
He just looks at you. He doesn't flinch. Trazodone, as you're punching, your hand hits something hard and metal.
Ah, fuck! Ugh, fuck!
Embedded into your fist is
Oh.
a small locket.
Ugh! Ugh, sick.
I hold my hand down.
I drop it. I drop the soaking wet locket
Yeah.
into your waiting palm.
I wipe it off on my shirt. That's got like a blood stain just across the whole thing.
It's a heart-shaped gold locket covered in blood.
I open.
There's a picture of a woman inside.
Is it Yolanda?
No.
Ooh.
Spicy. That old dog.
You don't recognize her.
What do you make of this, Dad? And I toss him the locket.
Oh, these old eyes can't see so well anymore.
Maybe you could draw a likeness of his eyes so the old man can see.
Hey, fine.
Yeah, I am the magnifying glass. I quickly sketch out a portrait of the person inside on like a piece of butcher paper I take out of my backpack.
Well, if this is a correct facsimile of this picture, then I suspect that must be Gigi.
Is that your grandma, Grandpa?
No, she's a
Gigi.
a citizen of the city.
Well, I assure you, I got first in class in my portrait drawing exam. So if you think it's Gigi, I think it's Gigi.
Okay, well, about these bodies, I know not what happened to them, but we can clearly see they were dock workers. There's a great evil committed. Clearly something that won't let their spirits leave.
And Father, can you talk to them?
I'm afraid not. The light of Pelor does not give me the power to speak to those dead, for they reside in the shadow, not in his light.
Do you know anyone who happens to reside in the dusk, or perhaps the twilight, who could?
You're asking if I know someone who deals in blood magic?
Not
I'm saying
entirely.
No.
I've known some paladins who can talk to undead.
I fear I know not of anyone with those skills.
Well, thank you anyways.
Do you think perhaps we could make them comfortable or help them to pass on?
Like I said, the wrongdoing that was done to them must be made right before they can move on.
And to do that, we need to speak with them.
Or at least find out what happened.
And I know no one better to ask than those who it happened to. There's only what we'll need to do to ask them that I'm afraid of.
But I know not of anyone with that power.
Do you know any historians, Father?
The history of the city is essentially written by the Floyd family, so if they had something to do with this, then I suspect it would not appear in your books or in the knowledge of any historians.
So, perhaps though unorthodox, you may agree that our best lead would be to find someone who could commune with these spirits and find out what tore their hearts asunder.
I go up to... Are there any of the ghosts around the locket?
Yeah. There is a man standing there. He's weeping as well, and he's looking down at... he's standing next to the corpse that you pulled the locket from, and he's looking at the locket.
I go up to the man, and I show him the drawing that I made of Gigi.
You can tell it definitely interests him, and he sort of is looking at it very keenly, but he's just, if anything, crying even harder.
I
Ask him if this is one of the Floyds. Ask him. It's a yes or no question. He can't talk to us, but he can signal.
On another piece of butcher paper, I'm now sticking these up to the walls of the cave like presentation sheets. I sketch a rudimentary Ouija board, and I'm understand. Is this one of the Floyds?
Father Jedediah interrupts and said, "No, she's not a Floyd."
Who is
And
that?
how do you know?
Well, there are 3 Floyds, and she's not one of them. She used to work at the docks, I think, but not
3
anymore.
Floyds? Do you mean cousins? Or 3 Floyds directly?
Well, there's the Arno Floyd and Maggie. That's the mother and father of their son Bentley. It's the 3 Floyds.
I turn
Interesting.
back to the weeping ghost. I say, do you know who did this? Who's responsible? There's a yes or a no if he can use that.
He just keeps crying. He like puts his hand.
Put the
his face
question in
his
writing,
hand.
Flit. He can understand what is on the paper, but perhaps not hear us.
I write.
Can we hear him crying, or do we just see him crying?
It's like a ghostly echoing wail.
Gotcha. I'm not sure he can hear us.
If it's a ghostly echoing wail,
Perhaps we sound the same to him.
Do we sound the same to you? This is Trazodone doing
I wonder.
that character.
I-
See if it gets a response.
I wonder, my regular voice might not work, but maybe this is just a silly thing, but I cast a ghost sound and create a figment speech, which is illusory, spectral sort of noise. It's like, do you know who did this? My ghost sound says, as I also sketched on the butcher paper, so double whammy.
A bunch flee. A bunch of the ghosts flee at the sound. And he stops crying and he looks, but he doesn't respond.
Okay. Well, he stopped crying.
I think
I
it's
get-
safe to assume the Floyds are responsible for this. Seeing as we're on
Unfortunately, I agree.
their ill-gotten lands.
Can't argue with that.
So we kill the Lloyds and mission accomplished?
I say we ought to ask them why they bought the land.
I take my shirt off.
Or perhaps, even
GG.
better,
Let's go.
we ask them
Love
for
it.
permittage to traverse this land and see what they say, not having told them we've already visited.
Uh-huh.
That would elicit an unprompted response, the likes of which we could ascertain their true nature from. It would be easier to get their motives if they don't have ours.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're more of a nerd than the way you look would suggest.
Thank you. And you, sir, punched through what I
Thank
thought would
you.
be what I thought would be an infinite sea of bones, but yet your strength prevailed, and for that you are prodigious.
It sure did. Hey, what'd you just call me?
Prodigious. It means you're respected, well known,
Oh,
liked even for your talents.
I guess I am. I guess I am pretentious.
Oh, Trazodone, my heart does grow fond of you.
The man pulls the locket from your hand, Gilgamesh, and pushes you to the ground really hard.
Which man? Whoa, what?
Oh fuck!
The
Wait,
old
no,
man.
shit.
The
hey.
ghost, the ghost man.
He wants
Wait.
the locket.
Oh.
instead.
We need that locket, please!
Well, we don't. I've sketched it out.
I'm not taking it from him.
No,
Yeah, that's
I
his
wouldn't.
locket.
You're cool, man.
Whoa.
Your locket.
Is he trying to take it?
He does take it and pushes
Yeah.
you to the ground.
Yeah,
I
that's
point my
fine.
spectral blade at him.
Nope, don't do
No,
that.
no,
guy.
it's okay.
Calm your
Yeah.
jets, Casper.
How does
This
he
A
is-
bunch of the
terrible
ghosts.
thing has happened here. We're in their house.
A bunch of the ghosts stop and look right at you really angrily.
What is the
Wailing
guy?
turns to, like
What is,
shrieking.
what does the guy do?
He's just staring you down angrily.
Please! We need this!
No, Casper.
No! No, they'll know what it is. If we have this for the Floyds, we could blindside them. We can make them admit to a truth that they'd never admit to otherwise. But if we brandish that locket and they recognize it, they've outed themselves as behind it. This is the key that unlocks your cell. Please, sir, leave it. Leave it on the cave floor. I don't want to kill the Floyds, the royals. It's dishonorable. Please, good sir, leave the locket on the cave floor.
They're just
I can only beg of you.
Yeah, I like physically distance myself from Casper for him to be killed.
Put my hands up and back.
I lower it like 20%, but I still wanna know.
The ghost starts backing up with the locket.
Please!
Wait, no, there's
Please!
Really quickly though, I don't.
Why? You're not even real!
I don't think the locket will actually do anything because it's just something.
It's material evidence!
Well, then take, I don't know, a torn up, bloody jacket, not this guy's, like, wife.
You
picture.
know it wouldn't be the same.
I really
There's a
don't.
reason that locket stuck in Trezidone's knuckle. There's other things at play. If we could have that as material evidence when those things come to light, I think the advantage could be well in our favor. Please! As the ghost had disappeared.
Yeah, he floats down the hall, and most of the rest of the ghosts start to disperse as well.
And the locket's gone.
Yeah.
I'd say okay.
Father Jedediah says, perhaps the boy king was right in one respect. The Lord gave you that locket for a reason.
You go back over and I try and get the locket, I guess.
We can't have it.
We can have it, right?
Well, one thing better than a locket is the person itself.
Oh.
Does she live?
I hoist the body up onto my shoulder.
And I meant the woman, Gigi.
I've got it, Father.
And Gigi lives, Father.
She does. She's quite young, actually.
So it was a sign.
Why don't we just take all of these bodies out of here and bring them into the town square and lay them in the center of the town?
Too many to carry.
How many bodies are down here?
In the 2 minutes of Trazodone digging, pulled out hundreds of bones.
Well, what about the bodies that are a little bit more intact, like with the jackets and stuff, the worker uniforms?
There are... He was sort of like punching, so nothing is really intact, plus there's no connective tissue left on the skeletons, so
Okay.
if anything, at most it's like a coverall filled with bones. But there are dozens of coveralls.
Maybe grab one.
I think we grab dozens.
Yeah.
I haven't a bag of holding, but if one of you does, might as well.
Trazodone can carry dozens of overalls.
I sure
I think we literally do have a bag of holding.
Yes.
Well, then we bag of holding a bunch of awful jackets.
Okay. You fill up the bag of holding, you have 20 jackets and 50 bones.
Alright, well, that's evidence.
Alright. Who? Let's go
You're in
kill
the
some
tunnels.
Floyds.
So we took the overalls,
Yeah.
and we're leaving the tunnels. Because the ghosts don't want to give us the locket. Well, are we... I think that we should talk to the Floyds before it comes to blows.
Yeah, I think we've had enough of your ideas, King of the Boys.
Well,
I
so
figure
be it.
we just take these overalls to the governor and tell her where we found them. And she does this, and that, and the Floyds are toast.
What's the governor going to do? She can't overpower the Floyds. She said so herself. The Floyds' men outnumber hers 3-1.
That is true.
If the governor moves against the Floyds will simply conquer her and install a new governor as she once stood. Now, I think that The governor would probably even go as far as to tell the Floyds based on the nature of that relationship, and so we would do best to just confront the Floyds. After dinner, perhaps. I believe the harbor master's made us an appointment for this evening.
Well, if
Well,
the
the Floyds-
Floyds outnumber the governor's men, they sure outnumber us.
Well, this is
That
the
they
best
do.
way to kill a snake is to cut off the head.
They might outnumber us in numbers, but in
But I don't think it
spirit,
should
we've
come to
got to
that.
meet all week.
I don't want to go there with the...
Equality, Trazodone split, and I have them beat.
I don't want to go in there with the intent to murder them. That's not...
I slam my fist
It's not
together
going to
and
work.
move them really
What we're
fast so
supposed
they
to do.
they friction weld, and then I break the welds
We
apart.
don't know that... Stop it, please. We don't know that murdering the Floyds is what the ghosts even want.
Hey, Casper, we were
I think that
hired
we
by
should-
the governor to find out what was wrong, and we have. So we just tell the governor.
We don't
then-
know what's wrong. No, if we tell the governor, she'll tell the Floyds that we've been trespassing on their land. I think
Not
we
if the
should...
Floyds are
I
dead.
think...
Yeah, what
I
are they gonna
think
do to us for trespassing
think-
on their land?
they could do whatever they wanted. They outnumber the
No, they
governor's men
can't.
3-1.
Yeah, but we're stronger than them, and we'll just go
All
home
of them?
because our job will be done.
I don't purport to try to kill an army, sir. But what I do want to do is
I'll
find a
kill an
wizard
army.
who has the
Trazodone?
skill set...
Wait, Pussy says what? Pussy says what? Casper? Sorry, I
wizard.
didn't hear you.
A wizard
Oh,
Wizard.
Did you say what?
who has the skill set to talk to the dead. It's the easiest way to do it.
Is there a wizard of that capacity here?
No, Flit. I
Because-
thought you could do it. Could you learn? I'm sure there are wizards willing to do it for coin. This is a rather large city. High human capital often begets high levels of magic. You should know that. You've gone to school. There ought
As
to be
you're
one
talk-
here.
As you're talking, Casper, the man ghost slowly starts approaching from behind. But you don't notice while you're talking. Everyone else sees him, though.
I'll see some.
And so if this is the way that it
There's
is, then
no.
perhaps I think we should go with the plan.
Or there's
What?
God.
Turn
Hold
around.
on.
Behind you.
Yeah, there he goes.
You turn around, and the ghost is holding out the locket.
I
Damn it.
bow. I reach out my hand while I'm still on one knee.
His
Thank
hand
you.
passes through yours, and as it does, it leaves the locket.
Whoa,
Love
badass.
it.
I put my hand beneath beneath my current hand to try to like shake it or give some sort of intention of an affectionate gesture, assuming that he would pass through it.
You just feel cold.
Thank you.
Take one damage.
Thank you. And I clasp the locket.
You have the locket containing the photo of Gigi.
Nice.
So your plan to avoid the ire of the Floyds is to go to their home and confront them personally?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I think we could do that. We could ask them, but I think it would be wise to first find a wizard who would be willing to talk to the ghosts.
I think we go to Gigi. we
Oh,
go
I
to the
forgot about
governor.
her. The Gigi. And Gigi's the woman. She's not dead. That's right. We found her locket in a pile of bones, but she's not dead.
It's not her locket. You don't have a locket with yourself.
We found a locket with her picture in it. I
Maybe she's an
apologize.
asshole.
Yeah. And one of these workers stole her locket on the way to work. And
The father is still
Floyd
with
crypt.
us, I assume, right?
Yeah.
Father, do you know where we could find Gigi?
Well, I haven't seen her at temple lately, but she's a known figure. You came here with Yolanda, yes? Perhaps she could show you the way.
Is her address in the church registry?
Possibly.
Hey, father. How'd you know
Yeah.
we came with Yolanda?
I've been watching you all night.
Yeah? Gilgamesh rips his shirt off. I don't think you're just an old man, old man.
Right, I'm a high priest of Pelor.
Uh-huh. I grab him by the scruff of his robes.
He slinks out, and his skinny naked body. And you're left just holding the robes.
What?
He just
Detect any magic.
From him,
Please.
always.
He is a royal man. Do not trouble him with this nonsense.
You detect a massive amount of the magic of Floor flowing through him.
Do you tell us that?
He's got a massive amount of magic of Pelor. It's flowing through him.
Just raw Pelor magic, nothing else in there.
He seems genuinely good.
Yikes. Hey, my bad. My bad.
you
Here's
want
your
to.
robe. Sorry about
Dusts
that.
himself off. He
Yeah,
puts his robe back on.
I dust him off. Sorry. That's my
These are
bad.
trying times for us all.
Trying times, that's right. Yep. Alright.
Slinking out.
If I could
naked
beat you in a
and
fight, I'd
frail.
swat you. But it's not worth the risk.
No,
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, good call, little man. I put my shirt back on and sort of nod to the father one last time, and then just run out of the cave.
Blushing.
That might be the most disrespectful thing, to put your shirt back on.
Are you okay, father? I do apologize for the sordid nature of my barbarous company. They have no candor about them.
I will head back to my temple now. And
As
let
I
me just-
imagine you would.
I will heed you one final warning. Be aware, for the eye of the Floyds watches over us all.
Wait,
Darkmaster.
Gone.
father, one last question before you leave.
He's gone.
Will the stone still work?
It's warm in your hand.
So probably.
As you ask it, it warms up a little bit.
Alright, cool. I put it back in my tunic.
Okay, you're in the
Do you-
cave. There no more ghosts around.
Do you think it's possible that, given the echo, the Floyds have heard every word we've said? Do you think they listen in on the whole town's happenings in the port? And kill the people who speak ill of them?
Well, it's a one-way thing, right? So that it echoes over the bay, but the bay doesn't echo over back, does it? I mean, we didn't hear the whole town from the cliffside.
I've been reading the theories that come out lately, and I suppose if our voices were to create a sort of wave that went out, and it was in the shape of the cove, and they had another one that could intercept it, perhaps they could lend an ear to a piece of foil and hear the happenings. I'm not sure how they'd filter it. I'd imagine the thickness of the foil, the frequency of the sounds they could overhear, but... well, I don't know. It's possible they've been listening. If it's Echo Bay, after all, who knows how far an echo goes? We hear it come back. That's because it goes so far. Do you think it's possible they're outside the cave right now?
Are they?
Are you guys outside the cave right now?
It's not like they tell us.
Yeah, the echoes of your questions reverberate through the caves.
Through the caves, up the plumbing, into every Echo Bay.
Well, I suppose there's nothing but destiny out there for us now. May Pelor help us if I'm wrong. I somberly march towards the cave exit. I don't want to live in here with the ghosts.
You make your way out and back up where Yolanda is waiting.
Is Gilgamesh with her?
Yeah. They're playing. They're like playing a little bit.
Amazing.
It's almost dawn now.
If we hurry back to town, we can maybe catch the ghosts.
As
To
you
the
look out,
dockyards.
across the dockyards, you see that there are several boats that are on fire now, and you see there's a general commotion.
I mean, honestly, fair. If they got murdered because they're dock workers, I'd be pretty
Yeah,
pissed
right.
about the port.
Dearest Yolanda, do you happen to recognize the woman in this picture? And I show her the locket.
Gigi? Yeah.
Yes. Could you
We're
take
old
us?
friends.
Could you take us
Sure.
to her
Think so. She lives in the same place.
immediately?
Of
I
course.
look to my party and I say, I fear there's nothing we can do about the hauntings in the port. I think we would do them a better service by investigating the matter instead of going to help them presently. As much as it pains me.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, you make your way back the way you came and across the bridge back into the city of Echo Bay and walk up to a small, nondescript house. Yolanda knocks on the door. Okay, you knock on the door. A middle-aged woman opens the door and, hello?
Gigi.
Yes? Who are you? Yolanda?
Gilgamesh,
Who are you people?
Gilgamesh. And this is Gilgamesh. We've
What?
got a few questions for you.
What's this about?
It's about this. And I don't
And I
do
hold up the
anything.
locket.
Wait, what is it?
I don't know. Ma'am, you tell us.
She
Gigi,
reaches
it's a
out for
locket
it.
with your picture in
I
it.
pull it away. I don't let her take it.
Hey, guy.
Is that what I think it is?
Yeah, it is.
What do you think it is,
Give
Gigi?
her that. No, give her that.
What do you think it is, Gigi?
Do you know where George is? Did he give that to you?
No.
In a manner of speaking, probably.
Jesus
What does that
Christ,
mean?
man.
Where is
Hey,
he?
George,
I hand her the locket.
Yeah, dude.
What
She
do
opens
you
it.
mean, where is
Cool,
he?
Jasper.
You don't know where he is?
Well, I haven't heard from him in 3 years now.
Do you In the
He's likely
caves.
been dead for some time then.
in the caves by the cliffs, Gigi? There's a bit of a tomb.
What?
Or ruin.
Ghost house.
And in that tomb, my friend, my associate Trazodone, he punched through a wall of
I'm
bones,
Trazodone.
was it? And he punched for a long time, nearly 2 or 3 minutes straight, a very admirable, a prodigious feat, if you will. and in his knuckle embedded was the locket that I have
put
handed you.
my bloody, like, fucked up knuckle locket got stuck in.
And there's the
Stuck up
hole
through
that
her
it's
face
stuck
to show her.
Look,
Why was this locket?
I
in
don't know,
this
Gigi. That's
tomb?
what we came here to ask you. Who is
Well,
George? Who owns
Come
this
inside.
locket?
Please come inside.
We come inside.
She looks around behind and kind of looks down the street and closes the door nervously.
I look around.
Why'd you look around the street and close the door nervously? Are you worried that someone might be following you?
Well, I don't know. I just. Who knows? You know,
You
who
can
could be
trust us,
listening?
Gigi.
Well,
We just reek of trustworthiness, right?
I would
guys?
like to duck around one. Are there windows in this house? I assume.
Yeah.
I'd like to duck around kind of one side of the window and look out, and I would like to roll for perception to see if I see anybody like moving around or looking at us or trying to get closer to the house to listen in.
Okay. You see some people walking by. They seem to just be normal people walking around.
Cool.
There's like people sitting on a bench. There's people walking by. There's a couple vendors.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of take a note of everyone I see.
Okay.
And continue to make glances out the window. I won't pester you for continual rolls, but I feel like we've been heard. And based on what I said earlier and how this woman's reacted, I genuinely think that we're probably going to run into some trouble soon.
I whisper to little Gilgamesh to keep watch, and then I let him out one of the windows.
I see the monkey leave, and it puts my heart a little at ease.
Yeah, as it should.
Well, so you're telling me you found this locket in a tomb in the cliffs on the east side of the bay?
Kind of snap back from the curtain. Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what we.
Dear God.
Can you tell us more about who George was?
Well, I hope that one day he would be my husband. You see, he used to work at the docks. He was brought in from out of town, much like all the dock workers are, who work for the Floyds, and lived in the barracks on the dock and ate on the dock, and that's how we met. I was hired by the Floyds as a cook, as head chef, and I prepared all the breakfasts and lunches for the dock workers for over 2 years. We eventually met, and as we chat in the lunch line when I served him his food, we started to fall in love. And of course, the Floyds couldn't have that. I think it was that Baxter that told them about us, so they fired me. We wrote letters back and forth for over a year, and then they just stopped one day.
Wouldn't they want you to be with him?
I think that the Floyds like their dock workers isolated. They have always been a separate part, not connected with the city.
And do you think anyone would have wanted to hurt George?
Well, the last letter he sent me, he wrote about some kind of protest or strike that they were going to have. You see, they were just paid in room and board. They never got any gold. So they were protesting to be paid in gold partially. And that's the last I heard of that. Or of him.
Many were protesting.
He said that they had well over 75% of the entire guild.
Rough estimate, how many were in the guild at that time?
Hundreds.
The scratching of my quill draws to an abrupt stop, and I flip through my notes, and I say, and when was the guild, well, are the guild still around?
Well, I stopped working at the docks.
But you
So I
live
don't
here.
see much of them. Yes, no one spends much time at the docks, but I would say I don't recognize anyone who works there anymore.
And how many were in the guild? You said hundreds? And 75% of them went on strike? And you don't
At
recognize
least.
most of them anymore? No, a very dramatic scratch. Curious.
It is curious. I think that the Floyds don't like to have demands made of them.
Glance back out the window. Is everything still regular?
Where you saw Gilgamesh perched looking around before, you no longer see. And Gilgamesh, you kind of feel something is off.
I immediately run out the door.
As you're standing up, you hear like a small screech from Gilgamesh out the back.
I bust through the back door with my spear drawn.
Baxter and 5 dock workers are standing outside the back. It's like a small courtyard enclosed, and they have Gilgamesh. He's like holding him in a sack.
Not for
Ooh.
long.
I put my hand on my sword and step forward behind Gilgamesh, who obviously takes lead. But
When you come out, Baxter says, "Well, you four certainly have learned a lot in the last few days, huh? In the last 24 hours."
it hasn't even been that long, Baxter.
Whoever is holding the bag, holding Gilgamesh, I throw my spear at.
Yeah, the dock worker directly to the right is holding the bag,
Bing!
and it goes straight through his open mouth because he stands slack-jawed.
God damn it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Brilliant.
Not expecting that.
He's pinned to the wall, and he slumps over dead, but he doesn't fall because he's pinned. He drops the bag, and Gilgamesh runs back to your hands.
God damn.
And Baxter just says, "You could have just killed those damn ghosts. Instead, you had to go snooping and get to the bottom of it."
Every fool knows you can't kill a ghost, Baxter, you cur! And I draw my sword. What's the meaning of this?
He pulls out his sword and he just says, "I don't know what cur means."
I've smashed my two brass knuckles together, and then I pull on it like a ripcord, and now I have a mace with one of my brass knuckles.
Pretty badass.
Right. Okay, so we'll just
Flail,
go from
you have a
powers.
flail.
Flail.
don't
A
Wait,
flail, yeah.
while this is happening,
Thank you, yeah.
Gilgamesh slowly takes off his vest, and Gilgamesh slowly takes off his shirt.
Nice.
And they drop them on the ground like this. 2 fingers. Boom. Drop.
Perfectly synchronized. It's intimidating and amusing.
Intimidating and adorable.
Yeah. Okay, Trazodone. There's 4 dock workers on either side of Baxter. Who's in the middle.
Okay. I'm gonna like. I've been ever since I saw them. I've been swinging flail around like this, and I'm just gonna lunge at one of them, and I'm just going for a like neck, jaw kind of hit. Just a.
Okay.
Thick.
You miss.
Fuck. They duck underneath it, and
You
it
miss.
swings back around. Underneath it.
How much does he miss?
Yeah, you kind of like
Like, whoa!
you hit yourself in the face, and you're not hurt, but you feel dumb.
You look dumb too.
Yeah. All the dock workers laugh at you. Also, you notice that the dock worker who you stabbed through, pinned against the wall, he's starting to kind of like cinder and burn.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Casper.
Detect
So
undead.
2
God.
men have died now, or just one?
Just one.
And Trazodone's fighting the other, and there are 3 more?
Yeah. 2 dock
Including the
workers
dock
and Baxter.
Alright. And what weapon does Baxter have?
Baxter has dual swords.
Whoa. Okay, what about his dock?
scimitars?
What about his dock workers?
They all just have brass knuckles.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna like draw my sword and sort of point it in such a way to kind of cut them off from the rest of the fight that's happening, and I'll say, "Any foul man who approaches me will get the bite of this steel, and you can lay to that." And while I do that, instead of attacking with my sword, I'm going to cast my level 2 spell, which is the flaming sphere, which I would like to come down from the one of the walls of the courtyard and drag across the men as they come towards me,
Right.
raking them in fire and
Very
damaging
cool.
them.
Very badass.
Top tier.
2 of them, like, kind of it hits their back and they successfully block it, and one of them is lit on fire.
Ooh, nice. I step back and let the dirty work commence.
Okay, and Flit.
Lunge forward with my metal reinforced beak that I've slipped on in the fray.
Uh-huh. There's Baxter, and then 1 dock worker on fire and 2 others.
I want to critically maim but not kill Baxter.
Okay. Going at it with a metal beak.
I'm going for, I don't know, his guts,
Um,
but not killing. Just I don't know. I guess guts is killing.
yeah.
Close
You
enough to it.
you
Takes 3 days
stab
for a
him in
man
the
to
gut.
die.
You stab him in the guts with your beak. You can taste blood, but it doesn't go very deep. It doesn't go through like fat and muscle.
So is he pretty badly shook up? I think we should bind him if we can.
He shoves you off pretty hard,
Okay.
but you don't take
I
any
see.
damage.
Oh dear.
Okay. And back to you, Gilgamesh.
So as a low-level druid, when I cast spells on myself, I also cast on my companion.
Nice.
So I don't have my spear anymore. So I cast Magic Fang on myself and Gilgamesh, which
Nice.
makes our natural weapons stronger. And then
okay.
who's not on fire? Remind me.
There's 2 dock workers and Baxter who just got pecked in the gut.
One of the dock workers was on fire.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm gonna leap at Baxter and bite his throat out with my teeth, and Gilgamesh is gonna leap at the not on fire dock worker and do the same.
Okay, and I'll give you both +2 for
Sick.
your rolls. Okay, so Gilgamesh. Wait, was Gilgamesh attacking the one on fire, or Gilgamesh?
Not on fire. Gilgamesh, the human, was attacking Baxter. The monkey is
Okay.
attacking the dock worker who's not on fire.
And you're attacking him with your spear
My teeth.
or with your teeth. Okay.
We're both going
Yeah.
with teeth.
As he is kind of shoving off Blit with the peck, you bite deep into his neck and shoulder area and like spit out a massive chunk of flesh, and he's bleeding really badly.
Gracious.
And he gets a reaction to that.
Yep.
And he like knees you in the chest because you're pretty.
Right. I sort of
Short.
lunged at him.
Yeah, and he knees you super hard in the chest, and you take
Ooh,
1 hit point.
got it.
I think you might have cracked a rib or something. Okay, and then Gilgamesh the monkey does bite off the finger of the man on fire.
Classic
So-
monkey.
He's like rolling. He's like bent over on fire, trying to
Oh.
like pat himself out, also bleeding
Oh.
out of his finger.
Got it.
Sucks.
Excellent. We both make monkey noises.
Yeah. People they're freaked out now. Like the 2 other dock workers are very scared.
Why?
Yeah.
Okay, Trazodone.
Okay, who is the closest to me?
There are 2 unfazed dock workers that are like in front of you.
Okay. So when I missed the first one, I grab the end of the brass knuckle flail. So I'm holding it, the chain stretched like this. I want to
Mhm.
hook it over one of their heads and then slam his head into mine. It's like,
Nice. Yeah, you got a couple teeth in your forehead because you like smash.
I flex really hard and pop.
Yeah.
the teeth.
Yeah. And he's like completely doubled over and doesn't react because you like smashed his teeth and jaw in.
Jesus.
I'm just gonna, if I can, just like, we're by the water, right?
No, you're like in a courtyard.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna kick him as hard as I can, like in the throat.
Okay, yeah, you kick him away.
Yeah, just and he kind of like goes arcs over the horizon and like flashes into the star, like ding.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, and Casper.
All right, so I'm gonna take a bit of a stretch here, and I have a spell called Unseen Servant. And I just wanted to shout louder than I can and in a much scarier tone. Just like basically command the men still fighting to stop. And I wanted to say specifically, rogue sailors of arms, lay down your weapons for this fight is lost, and you'd be lucky to walk away with your lives. Barks some spectral voice from my unseen servant, which is Conjuration.
Okay.
Level 1.
Okay, the one on fire doesn't respond, but the one who just got his teeth smashed in, like, hears it and kind of is looking around for the source of it and runs away. Baxter like barks at him to get back. And
now.
Hmm?
That makes sense.
Yep. And the other dock worker who still hasn't been hit yet, like, is completely distracted by it and turns around completely to hear where the source of that's coming from.
I point my sword at him to try to get on the inside of his guards. When he turns around, I'm just there waiting. And if I get a bonus action or anything, when he turns around, I'd like to just tell him to go personally. Say, just go. Please. I do not want to spill your blood this day, man. Run. Run.
I do. I say to intimidate.
And he will.
Ah!
And he will.
Another
Please.
tooth pops out of my forehead when
No!
I do that.
I don't want
I
more
take
carnage.
my shirt off.
I hate it.
He like starts to back away and lowers his guard completely, and he's kind of backing away, but he basically bumps into Baxter as he's trying to leave, who kind of shoves him forward again.
I sidestep that shove, and I level my blade at Baxter. And at this point, my turn is spent. But
Yeah.
you know, I don't care about this guy anymore. I want him to leave, and I want to make that known. We just want Baxter.
Okay, there's
Baxter's
one.
gonna die.
All right, Flit. There's one on fire with a finger bitten off. One ran away. One who is basically fully dissolved to ash now, pinned against the wall, and then there's one untouched, plus Baxter.
I'm adding the general sense of unease, and I'm causing fear, because I'm a cleric and I can do that. I'm adding fear. I'm throwing some illusory ghost sounds. Thunder, but yeah, just a wave of fear over the remaining men.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. The one who Casper was just talking to, like, drops his guard completely and starts to run away, and then that just leaves now the one on fire plus Baxter.
Well, the
Which,
one
speaking
on
of which-
fire probably isn't a huge issue, as he's on
Right.
fire.
The monkey's fighting him. That was how I saw it.
Baxter's also quickly bleeding to death,
Well,
I presume.
I want to get all the other men away so we can talk to Baxter before he dies.
So the one on fire now lunges out at Gilgamesh the monkey
No.
after biting him. Oh man. And he just like slips on his own blood that's poured out of his open hand wound, and now he's just on the ground on fire. Like, hits his head really hard, and he's basically
Flips on a
unconscious now, just
banana
on
peel.
fire. Yeah.
Can I put him down?
Yeah, he's pretty much down.
I'm gonna
And-
stomp his skull in with my
Wait.
boot. Okay.
So
I want to give him the drive treatment.
I think one of us says that every single session. Joe.
Yeah. It
Baxter
holds up,
goes.
guys.
Baxter goes after Flit,
Me?
and after he still feels that peck, and he's like holding his bloody neck, and he does stab you, like slashes at you, and you take a hit point of damage.
Man, he's
One of his scimitars.
awful.
Yeah, that sucks.
Okay, do I
Okay.
get to retaliate, or is that just...
No, he didn't like enter your space. You guys are just kind of next to each other. So now it is. Flit just went to Gilgamesh. Your turn.
I give the on fire guy the drive treatment.
Yeah. You stomp clean through. Your like heel hits the cobblestone.
Me and Monkey Gilgamesh both pound our chests like King Kong.
Mm-hmm. He like gets on top of his head and like pounds his head a little more. Doesn't do anything, but it's like
Yeah.
jumping on him.
Hell yeah. Attack my monkey.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And Trazodone?
God, how far away is Baxter?
He is right in front of Flit. He's like 5 feet away from you.
Okay, so I could hit him in this turn.
Yeah.
Don't kill him!
No, I throw my no, I'm 5 feet away. I just slap at his like ankles with my flail. I want to get him tangled. I want to hit him and also get him tangled up in there. It's like hit the chain on one leg and try to get it to wrap around and have the weight hit him on the other leg, you know. Good old pulley type thing going.
You hit him and he sort of stumbles, but he manages to kick off the chain.
Shit.
Okay, and Casper?
I see him kick the chain, and fearing for the lives of my party, attempt with my utmost effort to deal him a mortal wound to the leg with my rapier, to sever the tendon and stop it from working.
Okay, you stab him right through like the tendons in the back of his knee, and he collapses onto his knees.
I say, and you can lay to that, Baxter.
Wait, please.
Pull my sword out.
Wait and please, I didn't hear any of that when you were stabbing me.
I can give you information.
I hock a loogie on him.
Have the other men left?
Yeah, everyone else is gone or dead.
I kick him over onto his like flank, you know, so he's laying, sprawled out, and I point my sword right at his throat.
Wait, you want the Floyds, right?
Destiny is upon you, Baxter. We would more than the Floyds.
I cast Zone of Truth.
The only way your life can be preserved now is if you help us in the utmost and answer all questions truthfully. Do you agree to forsake your previous ties? Or will you die for them?
I'd give up anything. Just let me live.
Okay.
That's a Zone of Truth, so, you know, he's
so
saying
you mean to join our side? Say yes, man, say yes.
I'll do anything you want if you let me live.
So be it. I agree to do anything you want if you let me live, so long as you agree to honor that truth. Now, I believe this spell prevents you from intentionally lying, so I ask again, sir, answer with yes. Will you honor that truth? And I kind of move the sword a little closer to his throat.
I'll do anything to live.
But will you honor that truth? Say it.
I will.
I let the steel cut into him a little bit. He can feel the sword in his neck.
I'll change sides the
back
second. I'll change sides the second it suits me best. I just want to live. I have no true alliance.
I pull my sword back. But you're going to give us information,
Well,
Anything.
and that will make you a traitor, yes?
Yes. To
And
the
the Floyds
Floyd
will kill a
family.
traitor, yes?
Yes.
Therefore, we will preserve your life. Now speak. Answer whatever questions these good people ask you. And step back.
I can take first crack, but anyone else will. Yeah.
Ooh,
Make sure he stays
the
alive.
Gilgameshes need some time to cool off.
All right.
Go ahead,
Well,
Flit. See what's in that skull of his.
why? Why did they kill all of those union workers?
Because I told the Floyd family that they were planning a protest.
And how did they just replace them with all new workers brought in? The families, nobody noticed?
Well, the Floyd family brings in new people all the time. Ships them from all over the place, but I don't think these are people.
And he gestures towards the corpses of those workers who have basically like dissolved in a matter of minutes after you killed them.
Well, where did these people come from then? Do you know anything?
Well, they came from here. It's where they went that I worry about, and I think it's the cave.
Maggie Floyd brought these workers from I don't know where. They all brought them over from the estate one night. She said, these are the new workers. I took them in, did the paperwork, and they started working. Good workers, they never get tired.
Any of them look familiar, I say to my party, trying to compare them to the corpses we found.
Do any of them look familiar?
Yeah.
Roll for that.
Yeah, we found like hardcore.
I don't think it'd be
corpses, guys.
possible to recognize, yeah.
Mhm.
These
Maybe Gigi might recognize George.
I mean,
We'd have to
we
take her to
saw
the well of
ghosts.
corpses, and that might very well drive her crazy, so I don't know.
they were all of the dock workers were replaced. The Floyds killed them all. They couldn't tell which ones were working for the protest and which ones were obedient, so they just got rid of all of them at once. Replaced them all. Except for me, because I was loyal.
Well, you're loyal no longer, Baxter.
Loyal to who?
How long have you worked for them?
My whole life I was
Do they house you in the manor or a quarter house? Do you know how to
Oh.
access their chambers or gain appointments?
You asked
There's
me
one
too many
lady
questions.
thing. I'm sorry.
They purchased me when I was 6. I was shipped across the seas to here, where they housed me and fed me, and I worked on the docks alongside everybody else, including George. And I saw George and that whore falling in love, and so of course we couldn't have that.
Don't speak ill of the woman Gigi, Baxter.
I kick him in his knee.
That's a sad story, Baxter.
You
But
killed
there's
someone
only
who was
one
in
way to
love.
handle a
That's
scab.
terrible.
No,
And then I kill him.
No.
With my bare
Stop it!
hands.
You
Thumb
must
through
be
the
Stop it!
eyeballs.
Stop it! I literally just throw myself in front of it and do whatever
Okay, you
I
stop
can.
him. You stop him. You stop him.
Please,
I don't do much to stop him from stopping
please,
me.
please. If we're planning a murder against the royal family of the city, we're going to need witnesses to
They're
bear their
still not.
crimes.
They've never been that, man. They're just rich people.
They rule
just-
it.
we
Rich
just-
people have power, and we must
just
listen to
go
them.
to the governor.
They have
and our
influences
job
in the
is
church.
done.
And what will the governor say?
In the
Perhaps
I agree with the boy king. We should just kill them. Under the table, under the radar.
But we need to
quick
keep
and
this
easy.
man
Fine
alive.
with killing them.
We need to keep this man-
royalty.
We need to keep this man alive, and we shan't kill them. We
Oh,
should imprison them and have
absolutely
them
not.
confess to their crimes.
Okay, well,
No, this guy's
Not
gonna
a
die
chance
for
you're
I
gonna
killing
feel
be
like
able
your
to
whole
imprison them.
ideological thing.
Please.
It's
Sorry, guy. This guy.
It's
this
all
guy
you're all
captured
bark
my
and no
motive.
bite, commune king.
This guy came for the monk. Therefore, he's getting the
No,
thunk.
please. You can
the thunk,
execute
the
him.
thunk.
The thunk. And
You
then
leave him alive,
He
so
came
the
for-
force. No!
Came for the monk. He's getting
So
the thunk.
I just thunk him on the head to death.
No. Okay. What other
Damn
questions
it.
do you have?
Okay, so I mean, does the family, do the Floyds plot against the government? Do they plan to overthrow the place?
I'm sure the Floyd family's replaced many governments over the millennia that they've practically ruled the city. Governors are merely figureheads.
And you think we won't need a witness? When we're on trial for their murders? Mercenaries though we may be, extrajudicial officials appointed by a shell corporation? But we could still be
So-
tried just the same as any man.
I'm not gonna go on trial. We're gonna kill them at nighttime and then
Wait.
disappear.
Let's just take a second. So
Under the radar.
It's really funny.
let's
No.
just
Under the radar with brass nuts.
But we've been here,
and a
they'll know.
monkey
all right. Let's
companion.
just take a second to recap and recall that
I pull out my notepad.
the government sent for us. The Floyds didn't send for us. The Floyds probably know what the source of their specters is because, I mean, it's on their land. They're the ones who put all these dead bodies there. I'd be shocked if they didn't know. So why aren't the Floyds worried about their port getting desecrated and all their shipments getting screwed up by the problem they caused? I mean, it seems like
So Flit, my understanding is that the Floyds did this heinous crime because they're wealthy and evil, and there was an unexpected side effect. And so through the government, they hired us to kill the ghosts, to just
But-
rid their problem. But then we were too good and discovered their plot. And
But
so
the-
now they
I-
need to do away with us.
Plans
So,
within plans.
my concern is like it just simply doesn't make sense that they think you could just get rid of ghosts. I mean, they're
Are the Floyds a magical people? Baxter?
I think Maggie has some powers, but I don't know.
Is one of her
alright.
powers surviving this?
Boom! Hell yeah.
No, please, we must leave him alive.
Oh,
No, I'm just doing it in his face. I'm not hitting him. Ugh.
okay. So at this point,
He flinches every time.
what at this point, what is there to be done? I mean, what would avenge the ghost?
Killing the Baxters.
The Floyds.
We put
Yeah.
this man in prison. We find a man who can speak to ghosts, verify the intent of what the ghosts want, and figure out the nature of the crime, and deal with it accordingly.
Nah, I really don't think that's how it works when the government is bought by the
This guy
people
can't.
who.
Yeah.
Oh,
prison-
okay.
Do you
prisons
care
are
about
And
no-
looking good or doing good, boy king?
And on the flip side, we could, I suppose, slaughter the oligarchs in their office and hope to bear no consequence.
Yeah.
Oh, pussy says what? Pussy afraid of consequence?
No, well, we
Yes!
Oh, he said what?
Gigi comes out
I will drag
Her
them to
house.
prison myself.
and she says,
Not. Yes.
I know two things. One, the Floyd family controls half of the judges and most of the military in the city, so no prison would hold them, no court would give them a just trial. And two, Georgie wanted the Floyds dead long before they killed him. They were cruel.
Heard that. It's go time, team.
You
And I-
know, Casper,
break Baxter's neck with my bare
Casper,
hands.
what's most important here is that you learn that when systems are corrupt all the way through, it's chaos. This is when
I've
the
learned nothing but the uncouth ways of the barbarous folk.
yes,
That is just as well.
yes, that's my point.
You talking to
These-
me?
No,
A lot
I'm,
of you! So willing! So thirsty for blood!
This is what happens when you get all your politics from reading fantasy Wikipedia pages.
What do you mean?
Casper. There's no the government has failed the people, and that's why it's anarchy.
That's why they gotta go.
I just want anarchy, but I suppose they have to go regardless. I think we should hold at least one of them off to prison to bear witness and serve
Which
justice.
person
Okay,
exactly? I
Casper,
mean, yeah,
we'll
I'm
throw
all
two
for
of them.
consequences. We'll figure out a
Remington
prison
Rock!
for 'em.
I refuse to be condemned a Kingslayer for participating in the murder of royals. We fly under the
Well,
same
we
crown.
won't.
It carries with it a dishonor the likes of which my name cannot recover from. You must understand. Or perhaps
No,
you couldn't.
No, they're
But
not
now you
kings.
know.
They're not royals.
I mean,
They're
you
oligarchs,
could
kind of.
go back.
Oh, but I'm sure
home.
they're still in the Empire's regard. Just
You've
as I
already
am.
killed a king. You've already killed a king, haven't you, guy?
Me?
Yeah. When Flit,
No.
pushed you down into cutting that guy's head off or whatever.
Leander the Knight Errant was no king.
Oh, he was acting
Simply a
king,
murderer.
wasn't
While I was the rightful king. Simply
No, he was
reclaiming
your
the throne the murderer took.
regent because you're just a little boy, king of boys.
Well, he murdered my father to get that title, so I think it illegitimate.
Yeah, I
Someone-
mean, how many people have the Floyds murdered to finance their terrible schemes?
Which again holds
But
no official royal title.
Nope, just a wealthy
They're
family.
just assholes.
They're just
Alright.
assholes.
Casper,
Color me convinced.
I'm not saying I like it.
Heard
I
that.
think this is what happens.
I'm saying I
What-
love it.
But I want to leave the
Alright,
sailor
Andy.
alive to bear witness.
We can
Yeah.
leave plenty of sailors alive, but
You
not
should
this
leave
one.
me alive. I'll bear witness. I'll tell everybody
Oh,
about how evil the Floyds are and
Is
how
the
they
zone of
deserve
truth?
to die.
Is the zone of truth still active, or do you want to re?
I'll tell everyone about this if you let me live.
Hey,
Yeah,
Baxter.
you can tell them after we finish this business because we don't have any reason to trust you until the job is done. You
I say we
understand?
tie him up and leave him here. A sailor left to his own devices will escape. He's a dishonorable man. He's proven well enough. He can escape and limp away. It'll take him longer than whatever our sordid business takes us. I don't want to murder him. It doesn't feel right. Not like this.
Well,
Look
look,
at him.
none of us want to murder anybody.
Yo, I don't believe a word out of your mouth in that regard, Mr. Trazodone, though I am
I'm
fond
just
of you.
fucking covered in blood too from all the. You know how much you bleed when
Murdering.
your forehead gets cut from all the teeth.
You suffer from bloodlust more than any man I've ever seen.
You
I
came for
don't
the
think he's
monk.
suffering from it.
Time
I
to
think
get
he's
the
enjoying it.
spunk.
He did come for them.
Well,
When you turn around,
let's.
you see Gigi, along with Father Jedediah,
No.
Yolanda, and all the miners from the bar.
Hell yeah.
And the bartender says, "Heard you're taking down the Floyds. Think we
You-
could help out?"
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah! And then I break Baxter's neck in the street with my bare fucking hand.
I turn away and wince.
Yeah, you do. You rotate his head completely 180, and his body slumps away, and you're left holding his head and like half of his spinal column.
Like the goddamn predator.
God, man, have you no honor among you?
All the
Well-
miners cheer.
Yeah. And then I
Bad
start
luck.
running toward the
Bad
Floyd
luck on ya.
mansion. Skull in hand, monkey on my shoulder.
I start a chant of unambiguously good. Unambiguously good.
Well,
Okay.
time to go found a new rule by the people, Mr. Boy King Casper. I'm sorry it had to be this gory, but changing hands, power, sometimes it's
Yeah, that's
not all
He's so
handshakes
rich.
and lollipops.
So rich.
that sure
He's
is
so
something
rich.
for a 15-year-old royal to see after his father was murdered, but a few months hence.
Oh,
Past, rather.
Yeah, not great. I agree, but
For like literally the same reason.
oh, did a little blood get on my state monopoly on violence? Oh,
Oh, boo-hoo. He doesn't even have that anymore. It's mostly just the workers don't want to murder a child.
Willie?
As you're running, more people are joining, including some paladins as well as just random townspeople.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wow. Well, I suppose the Floyds know we're coming if you guys do.
Yeah. As you crest the hill and look upon the estate of the Floyds, you see a young man at the front with like 50 full-on red-skinned demons.
What the fuck?
Oh, fuck.
They're all wearing like tattered dock worker uniforms.
Echo
Yeah.
Bay, was it? I draw my sword grimly, hoping that the cleric's enchantment is still strong upon it.
All the paladins and clerics begin chanting, and you feel the holy magic of Pelor blessing all of your weapons. And the young man at the
yeah.
front
Badass.
of the army across the way, he is holding a massive hammer, and coming up from behind him comes like an old man and a young woman. And the old man says, "So, you are these interns we've heard so much about." And he lightning spear.
I am no intern. I am Casper the Boy King, ruler of the 7th Fife of Arrowburn and seat in the town of Spitrock.
And then
Yeah.
the old woman says, "Boy King, huh? Well then, Bentley, guess you better drink this to be prepared for the boy." And she tosses him a potion, and the guy with the hammer downs it. And he like triples in size, becomes like 15 feet tall, and now his hammer is like a one-handed weapon.
I'm gonna get a grease under the big fat man if I could please.
Okay, the old woman goes to the back. So you've got the old man with the lightning spear and the young man who's now like 15 feet tall with his hammer at the front, along with the demons. And
We must fight the crone!
Yeah, she's in the back with an open book, scribbling stuff and like muttering.
I think I'm near the front, so I'm gonna go first. Get got, nerds.
I cannot stand to this demon, please.
I throw Gilgamesh high into the air over the tall guy and towards the old lady. And then I attack the old man with the spear, with my spear.
Right as you do that, everyone charges, and like the miners and the paladins are fighting all of the demons, and in the middle is, you see like the old man and the young man, Arno and Bentley. And I'm just writing. And you've thrown Gilgamesh over the crowd towards the woman.
Uh-huh. With my strength advantage check.
Okay.
Oh. And he's like that.
He's wearing a little like aviator goggle.
His fez is like just held on by the chin strap as it like pulls off of his head.
You throw him, and he lands just behind Bentley, but like 25 feet short of Maggie. So he's pretty much in the crowd now, but not noticed, really.
And then I go spear to spear with the old man. My spear is made of wood,
Non-conductive, very smart.
naturally.
Okay. Yeah, you clash spear to spear, and he kind of slides back a little bit as you're overpowering him, but you're locked
Yeah.
in place with each other.
Sick.
Okay, and Trazodone. The Bentley is like looking at you laughing, and he says, I expected a little bit bigger from you.
That would be too much for you to handle, fat
We'll
guy.
see about that. And
I-
he spins the hammer around with ease.
Okay, I'm gonna sprint towards him and look like I'm about to jump. I want to feint him. I'm making it look like I'm about to jump, and then I'm sliding, and I want to just slam his balls with the mace, like go betwixt the legs and just doing a baseball slide.
What are you hitting him with?
My
your brass knuckle?
my flail, my
Flail.
brass knuckle flails. Yep.
You slide, and as you start to slide, he steps on you and stops you from sliding.
Fuck. Oh god.
You're being like crushed beneath his feet.
Can I guess I don't get an attack on that.
And yeah, you take
Oh.
1 damage.
Nobody healed either.
Sorry, puny
I
man.
don't actually have any damage on me.
I mean,
Now I do,
imagine-
yeah.
I've got 2 hips left, but I was too caught up in the moment to heal.
Casper.
Okay, so I'd like to use another level 2 spell, if I may, to summon a celestial eagle.
Yeah.
How many level 2 spells you got, huh?
I've used 1 so far, and this is my second, so maybe 2, maybe 3. And so I'd like that eagle. And it seems like Trazodone is more threatened than Gilgamesh.
Yeah, for sure.
So
By
I
far.
would like to use that eagle to claw and potentially blind the person who Trazodone is fighting. Well, I say, Flit, please, we must make a lunge for the crone. She controls some sort of magic that motivates the army. We must. And I start to try to like run around the ranks to try to like either flank or look for a gap and run inwards and just evade until I reach her. Just any sort of feasible path. And if there's not one, that's fine. And I wouldn't take it if there weren't. But
Okay, you summon a celestial eagle, and it is
And then I wanna
large, and it is magnificent, and it goes to claw at Bentley and does indeed slash his face, and he like grabs at his face with his hand not holding the hammer, and he's clearly like staggered and steps off of Trazodone, and you do see an opening that you can start running towards.
perfect. I call to Flit and run dash. Well, I can't dash because I use my another action to attack, but I'm gonna
Yeah.
run through the gap. As
Yeah,
best.
you're running.
I'm looking at the old woman and just immediately, as far as her magic, the source of her magic, just perception, anything I know about this magic that calls forth the army. Boy, what do I got? Insight.
Okay, you can tell that it's clearly demonic magic. It seems like she's trying to summon more demons and strengthen the ones that are here now.
And she's just doing that with, like, there's no materials for this. She's just calling them forth with conjuration.
She's like reading a book and she's drawing sigils on the ground.
Whoa.
Okay. So, let's see. I am going to cast a magic weapon, like let's see, that's cleric spells. I am going to have a arrow bow that just tries to shoot at the book, get it out of her hands.
Okay.
I'm Dexy, so, I got that working for me.
All right, I'll give you advantage. You miss, but it's close enough that she stops for a second and looks over, and she sees that it was you.
Love to make friends.
Yep. Okay, it is now Arno's turn. He's spear to spear with Gilgamesh right now.
Yeah.
And he pulses forward with his spear on both hands, and a surge of electricity arcs from his spear and hits you, and you're knocked back. But you're staggered, like you're on the ground, on your ass.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay, and Bentley is clawing at his face, bloody, and he makes a swing at where he thought Trazodone still is.
Okay.
And he misses. The hammer lands like 3 feet next to you. Meanwhile,
I look over at the hammer and then back at the camera.
you. Meanwhile, Maggie summons a great flaming eagle that flies out from a sigil in the ground, and it goes to battle the eagle that you summoned, Casper.
No!
I thought she
Badass
couldn't do that.
Eagle fight.
Alright.
Okay, and Gilgamesh?
I'm gonna leap to my feet, spring off of my hands and leap to my feet, and cast Produce Flame into my hand. And it also produces a flame in Gilgamesh's hand. And I'm going to lunge and hurl my flame into Arno's face. And Gilgamesh is going to do the same to Maggie.
The flame works, and you both have very solid, hot fires in your hand. And you don't manage to get it into his face, but you are back up standing and close to him.
Sure.
And Gilgamesh the monkey manages to light the book on fire that Maggie was reading from. And she kind of stumbles back and
Good
starts to try to pull the book and put it out, but she's completely stopped for right now.
Hell yeah.
Okay, Trazodone.
Okay, how far away is Big Boy from?
He just slammed his hammer down next to you, so he's like standing over you.
Can I attack like while that hammer is slammed down?
Yeah, it just landed.
Okay, I want to, as soon as it lands, I want to take my and just smash his hand with the mace as hard as I can. I want to get him to drop the hammer if possible.
Fail.
You shatter his hand,
Hell
and
yeah.
he completely drops the hammer, and he, like, one hand that was clutching his face goes down from his bloody face to hold his hand, and he's kind of stumbling around.
Fuck yeah.
Cool.
Excellent.
Okay, can I run over to the hammer at the end of my turn?
Yes, yeah.
I want to like roll over to it, just like get close to it.
Yeah.
I don't think you've moved yet. That's
Yeah.
Okay.
Just kind of like scramble over to it.
Cool.
Dodge roll, my friend.
Casper.
So, I am going to. So the Maggie is distracted by the monkey and the burning book and shit, right?
Yeah.
So I take advantage on Dex. I am going to do a lunge attack where I run through the crowd towards her, rapier out, and simply jump and stab. And if she happens to thwart that, I have a parry dagger in my tunic that I would like a roll on getting a secondary stab with, should my primary attack fail. But I want to run her through with my sword.
Okay, I'll give you advantage.
Boy King's
Alright.
gonna get it. Let's go.
Kill the
Okay.
hag where she stands.
You do stab her
Through the
right through the gut.
Oh.
And right as you do that, like 20 demons all turn around really quickly and start running towards you to protect her as she cries out.
Okay.
Arno also hears it, but he's sort of distracted.
Instead of moving, I would like to just murder her with the other dagger. Just slit. Like if I'm close enough to stab her, I would just like to slit her
You
throat.
already moved. You moved through the whole crowd.
Oh, that's true. I did move. But if I'm gonna get attacked by a bunch of demons, I'd like to try to kill the woman I'm right in
No,
front of.
you're
as
gonna
fast as possible.
die. Sorry.
All right, I'm gonna give you disadvantage on trying to.
Ooh, that's really good. You're punishing me for being ambitious, but still letting me go through.
Yes. Die.
As you go to slit her throat, like one of the demons like already gets to you and pulls your arm back and stops you.
No, foul creature of the depths!
He like pulls you down to the ground.
How dare you lay hands
Oh,
on royal blood!
shit.
Ah! Ah!
Cast
Wait, guys.
Sanctuary. I get
I'm just-
next go. I cast Sanctuary on them.
Oh,
Neither of them can attack each
Well,
other.
maybe there's another turn between mine and yours. Hold on.
Well, one thing is your eagle, I guess.
Oh yeah, how do the eagles do? I guess, well, my eagle would fight the other eagle, because I don't want my
Yeah.
party to get blinded, and so while I was going to have it help Trazodone and then
Yeah.
Gilgamesh, it's now just fighting the other eagle, so it can't
Yeah.
blind anyone else.
Okay, I'll just have them kind of auto battle each other. Your eagle takes, goes in for a claw and it doesn't land one. Now the
Yeah.
other one sort of has an advantage.
Uh-oh.
Okay, and so you cast Sanctuary.
I see my
Thank-
beast struggling in the
Sanctuary-
sky as they drag me to the ground, and it's all starting to go dark.
Sanctuary is a
Poor Mithel!
is a touch spell.
Well, I haul ass and I cast Sanctuary. You don't know. I haul ass, so I just fucking beak stab the demon. Fuck
There's
you.
like 20 demons running towards Casper right now.
Oh, the
One got right to him. There are like 15 more, including you'd basically be running with the demons towards that area.
Oh no.
So
No. No. I think
you can't do that. Just that's what the situation you're getting into.
so. My two things are conjuration and illusion as a wizard beyond my cleric stuff. And I'm just gonna grease underneath all the fucking nasty ass demons.
Okay.
And yeah, just haul
Tip top.
ass around all the demons. Just
Okay.
or slide
You-
through the grease or something. Fuck that.
You cast grease beneath the feet of the demons running towards them, and you do manage to cause a pile up of demons falling over each other and slipping. They're big and strong, but they're kind of not used to these kind of proportions, and so they all fall over each other, and most do get stopped, but there's still 5 or 6 that are kind of beyond that, already getting close, surrounding Casper and Maggie. Okay, with that, it is now Bentley's turn. He is pretty seriously fucked up.
So big, so vulnerable.
That's how it goes.
That's why I'm small.
Okay, Bentley is going to just use his one good hand to take a swipe at you while you're trying to grab his hammer, Trazodone.
Okay.
And he boffs it completely
Fuck yeah.
and misses you.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, now Arno, who just kind of moved away from your flaming hand,
Let's go. Ooh.
goes at you with his spear, and the lightning, you can feel the hairs on your neck stand up in the static field, but he misses you with the spear. And I'll give you a chance to respond.
Hell
he missed.
yeah. I reach my hand into his trunk and produce flame.
Yeah, you
Ah!
don't pierce him, but you definitely like grab him super deep into his kind of ribs and light him on fire in his torso.
I wanna pull him close while I do it.
Okay, you're like hugging him, inflamed.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound great.
No.
I'm gonna keep that lightning spear. I say that out loud. I'm gonna keep that lightning spear.
He's like, no, no. It was my father's spear and his father's before that.
It's gonna be mine now.
And then
And-
there's just nothing he can do. God damn it.
And then there's Maggie.
Gilgamesh, motherfucker.
Maggie says, "You dare touch me with your filthy weapons! You shall pay the price!" And she starts muttering in
Uh-oh.
like
Oh, that's fucking
demonic
creepy.
speak, and she starts to like hover above you, and she is just like seemingly commanding all of the demons which are now basically surrounding you, and they are all approaching with their swords, completely surrounded. When
So I guess
suddenly
Gilgamesh.
Father Jedediah standing above you in his loincloth, and he just like a wave of pure light and energy emanates off of him, and it washes over you and it blasts all of the demons back, and Maggie falls to the ground.
Whoa.
Can't give up that easy, kid.
So when he goes to swipe at me, I assume I can't really wield the hammer weapon, but I want to
yeah.
pick. Could I use it like a sledgehammer? Not like
Yeah, it
can
would
I
definitely
lift
be
it?
like gravity hammer.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I want to just like pick it up and like bring it down on one of his feet.
Love it.
Just trying to smash as much of them as I can.
You pick it up, and at the top of your swing, you lose the grip because it's so heavy and it lands on you.
I telescope like Blinky and then spring back up and go.
You're really badly hurt. Whatever you're at before, you're at 1 now.
Oh god.
You have a potion of healing, though.
Okay, and now Castoria, it's your turn.
Okay. Well, sorry. I thought it was my turn because there was the person I was attacking, and then I feel like I kind of got saved. Well, I was starting to say a prayer and cast Mage Armor when I was saved. In which case, I'm going to just try to kill the hag if she's still alive.
She was not blasted back to for sure.
I just want to take the black glove of the Knight Errant that I still wear, the same glove that killed my father, and I want to use. I just want to strike her down in wrath and anger. I just want to kill her because she is a wretched demon.
You got that right. She's not a nice lady.
And if I fail, so be it.
Yeah, you. As you're approaching her to go stab her, 2 demons stand up from the blast and basically block you. So you could try attacking them instead.
Yes.
Okay, thanks to the holy blessing of your weapon, you managed to just like strike one of them down in one blow. And they sort of eviscerate into ash on the spot.
And I look to the other and I say, "Your crone bleeds out on the ground. Step aside, or I'll strike you down the same way as your companion, and so then you can lay to that the same way he has."
He's definitely scared of your sword, like looking at it and its glowing energy and the old man, but he doesn't back down.
Well, if he stands between me and the crone, then he will be the next to fall.
Okay, Flit.
With my bow and arrow that I I call forth. I'm praying to the goddess of the arts that my perfect
the
arc.
arts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Your arrow, magical arrow, blasts clean through her skull, killing Maggie Floyd on the spot. And with that, a blast of demonic energy emanates from out of her body, and all the demons start kind of writhing in pain. And they don't immediately disappear or anything, but they are obviously affected strongly by it.
I commit
No,
the
wait, when
image
you-
to memory so that I can paint it for the goddess.
When you kill the mothership, all the drones always die. Haven't you
Oh,
ever
yeah.
seen a Joss Whedon movie?
Okay, so Arno sees that and he's enraged, and he takes his spear and he shoves Gilgamesh off, and he takes his lightning spear and he throws it at you, Flit.
Remember, I'm Dexy.
And tiny.
I'm
I'll give
Dexy and tiny.
I'll give you advantage. You rolled a 2 and a 1.
Dead
Okay,
Split
You are-
guys.
you're pierced through the wing, and you're pinned to the ground with the
Oh.
electricity coursing through you.
Oh, that's gotta
Flying
look
is
really.
weak to electric.
really
Everybody
grim.
knows that.
Yeah, that's fucking brutal.
Which makes no
Ugh.
sense because flying types wouldn't be grounded. Mhm.
Your wing, the feathers of your wing are being singed from the electric energy.
How deep is it in the center of my wing? What is?
It's like through the cartilage and muscle. Yeah, it's whatever the deepest part of your wing
Yeah.
is.
I
You really don't respond. You're just like pinned to the ground.
yeah, that sucks.
All
Fuck,
right.
dude.
Okay.
Oh, no,
Now Bentley doesn't notice his mom just was killed, so because of his eyes and his hand. But he does see that Trazodone was crushed by his hammer. Bentley picks up his hammer with his other hand
Damn it.
and takes a swing at you, and misses because he's using his non-dominant hand and he can't really see that well. But he does have his hammer back.
Shit. Okay.
Okay, and now it is Gilgamesh's turn. Arno is distracted and he doesn't have his spear anymore.
Yep. I stab him through the chest. I like lunge at him and stab my spear down into his chest, and Gilgamesh jumps on his back because Gilgamesh still has his fire, and assaults and flames him.
Yep. You stab him with your wooden spear through the gut, and he falls to the ground. And Gilgamesh Jr. runs over and like starts just macking fiery hands all over his face, and his like beard and hair lights on fire, and he's just trying to roll around, but he's pinned to the ground by the spear.
I'm good.
The panic from the fire makes him want to roll around, but that just causes the spear to like further eviscerate his torso.
Love it.
So he's pinned. He's at 1. He's completely incapacitated, basically.
Quick question:
And-
what's the electric spear made out of? What?
It is made out of a magical metal.
Cool.
Hey, don't fuck with that. I need that.
Trazodone.
Okay. I am immediately down. Ocean.
Okay, cool.
That's an action. Healing's not a free action, you goon.
I know. That's why I said. I'm
Yeah.
doing it. That's. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You're healed.
Yeah, all my bones go and click back into place.
The spinning birds fly away.
Boy
Yeah,
King.
I'm gonna disengage from him then. I get a little bit further back
Okay.
from him then, so he can't just like swipe at me next round.
Cool. Yep.
So the woman I was trying to kill is dead. The demons
Yep.
are dissolving into ashes. And the two Floyd brothers are left. One is at 1 health, and the other is still up and fighting, but losing, is my understanding of it.
The father, Arno, is pinned to the ground. The son, Bentley, the giant one, is
Cool. Yeah, he's still
fighting.
up.
The
Awesome.
demons are dissolving away.
I thought they were. They were writhing
just-
and dissolving. And
They're just affected.
They're still fighting, but it seems like their condition is worsening by the minute.
interesting.
But you would be able to wiggle around them, probably.
Yeah, I'm not going to focus on them, but if I need to cut down any that cross my path, that's
Mhm.
fine. But I would like to. How's my eagle doing? Is that did
Yeah.
it
Let me roll for that.
did it weather
Um,
the? With her eagle, I mean she's dead, so like.
Yeah, that eagle crashed to the ground when she died, and your eagle is free now.
All right, we're gonna go blind the giant man, if we can. And I would like to run towards and slash his tendon, the same way that I did Baxter, behind the knee.
Uh-huh.
But on a giant, so I'd imagine I'll have to kind of like jump and put my whole body into a nice slashing attack.
Right. As the eagle goes to slash at his face again, and you cut his tendons, and he screams out in pain and falls to his knees. Although, on his knees, he's still like 12 feet
Huge, yeah.
tall.
I'd back away at that point if I could.
Okay. All right, and Flit, you are at 0 health, I guess. So you can't do anything.
Death save. Death
That
save.
literally
Death save.
killed me, or
Death save.
okay,
Death
cast
save.
a spell.
I'm gonna do a maim save. If you get less than 10, then I'll say that your wing is so wounded that you cannot use your left wing next session.
Whoa.
Wow,
Sick.
that's fucked up.
Badass is what that is.
You rolled a
Fuck Flit.
16, so you managed
I'm
to
not maimed.
not hit a completely vital tendon or something, but you're still
Maim check.
So,
on the ground.
Name check.
Evil.
so am I on fully 0 health? Do I have like 1 and I'm like blinking and fading out? Like what's the level of consciousness here?
Actively being electrocuted.
Fuck.
So primarily immobilized.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
can't like
I'll
I
give you a
can't-
triple disadvantage on anything you want to try.
okay. I might as fucking well.
Well, if you roll 1, you'll just maim yourself further. You might.
Triple disadvantage.
Like you're just an animal caught in a trap at this point. Like, fuck, man, that's dark.
But what if I literally ripped my wing away, doing damage to myself in the process to get away from it?
Can you not though?
That seems like
Maim?
I'll make you roll
Maim.
another maim check.
If not, just take maiming by default because
Yeah.
what the fuck?
you are kind of
Like
just
we'll
maiming yourself
help
into
you,
that.
Annie. We'll get there like shortly.
Dog, just take a fucking skip.
Yeah.
It's
Just take the
fine.
L.
I don't know if Flit's been dying before, but it happens, you just get skipped.
It's fine. The healer's down. We're gonna be fine.
Like we're just gonna break a health potion over you. You'll be fine.
I'm just hanging out. It's good.
I promise I'm coming for that fucking spear.
Motherfucker, not me.
Gilgamesh doesn't know you.
Yeah. Go on. Get on with the skipping. What else you got?
Yeah. Let's go, Arno.
Arno is on the ground like yeah. He's like the fire is out, but he's still pinned to the ground. And he kind of looks over at Bentley, who is on his knees, who takes a swipe kind of desperately at Trazodone. I know he goes for Casper. I'll give him disadvantage. He hits you, but it's just like a kind of glancing backhand from behind. And Arno sort of recognizes as he's looking around, the demons are basically all just convulsing on the ground now. Bentley is all but incapacitated, and he's basically dying.
Wait. I yield. We surrender.
Oh, if
I
I could
put my hand-
respond.
I put my hand over his mouth.
What was that, good man? What did you say?
Over
I
his
think
mouth
he was-
and nose.
Choking. Ugh.
And the lightning stops on the spear. So you're
Oh,
at,
so
like,
you're
one
fine
health.
then.
No,
You're still
it's
pinned.
worthless.
You're pinned still, but you're not being electrocuted anymore.
So are these regular people or are they demons?
They're demons.
Okay.
They were replacing regular people.
Yeah, no, I knew that they were using demons, but I wasn't sure that they were demons themselves.
Oh, the Floyd family is not
Mhm.
demons.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
We
Um,
surrender.
His mouth is covered though. He can't say that.
I'm not gonna worry about that. That seems oddly sadistic to do. Actually, I don't want to do that.
Bentley, stop.
And Bentley shrinks back down to his normal size.
Both Gilgameshes stand up with a foot on Arno, and bang their chest like King Kong.
I get up from the ground and brush myself off and wipe the blood from my sword and
I rip the spear out of Flit's wing.
I give Flip my healing potion as well.
Okay.
I appreciate
healed.
that.
Your wing is really messed up still, though. That'll take time.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Don't get like a kink about it. So where's the nasty spear throwing man?
He's on the ground, bleeding out.
I walk over to him.
He's looks up at you.
We yield. Just
You healed what?
let us live.
You healed why?
I yield.
What? One
We
second,
yield.
Casper.
I said we yield. Why
You
I
yield.
ELD?
You're yielding. What? For what purpose?
So you let us live. You've killed my wife. She was the one in charge. We were just her pawns.
I do not believe that for a second, and you're awful. And then I beak through his throat.
Yo.
Yeah, you pierce through, and he is like,
Doesn't scream, that's for sure.
he's bubbling. You feel and taste the bubbling spit and blood in your beak as he is bleeding into his, drowning in his own blood.
Damn.
I pull my beak out, mutter something about being claustrophobic and not liking being stuck, and kind of wander off.
Bentley looks over and screams and starts crying after he sees his dad, and looks over at his mom too, and they're both dead.
I mean,
No! You're dead!
I try to walk over to him, but if Trazodone executes him before that,
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's fine.
he really almost killed me. I don't
Now it's well learned.
harbor much sympathy for him.
Okay, you kill Bentley as well, and all the townspeople cheer. And
I start the chant back up.
I hold up my sword, but I don't feel very good.
Unambiguously good.
you look over at the caves at Echo Bay, and you see all of the ghosts bursting out of the caves and flying up into the sky.
Oh,
You look over and you see Gigi and the ghost of George looking at each other one last time before he ascends as well.
I walk. Was George the ghost that was holding the locket?
Yeah,
I walk over and I try to give the locket back to him.
he puts it on Gigi.
Say, I'm sorry, George. Good luck out there.
He nods.
All right. Gilgamesh climbs back up onto Gilgamesh's shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
and they strut with both
Do you
their
take the spear?
with both their spears.
Yeah, nice.
And
Father Jedediah walks up to you, Flid, and he says,
You may not be a daughter of Blur, but you are certainly one who lives in his light. And you've got quite a talent there as well.
Thanks. It's been a rough day. I'm gonna go lie down.
As
I
you should, yes.
appreciate-
You deserve it.
appreciate your help. Whew.
and Yolanda walks over to all of you as well and thanks you. Says,
Thank you for finally giving me a chance to get back the land that once belonged to me. It means a great deal that I can visit my husband's grave more often. I don't know what'll happen to the town, but I think we've got enough able workers who are more than happy to take over at the port without this evil family watching over.
Yolanda, maybe I can visit sometime.
Well, maybe you can.
Thank
Oh
you,
God,
kind
Gilgamesh doesn't know what to do with that. He just like blushes and walks away quickly. He's never gotten that far.
Trazodone goes over to a group of dock workers and says, "Hey, fellas, you need a hand around here? I'm looking to bulk back up after I... Well, it's not important. Can I help out?"
Well, we just lost the entire guild. Turns out they're all demons, so
Probably need more. Yeah.
we could
Yeah,
use someone
I'll
like
help out
you.
Kind of tired of almost dying every week and not getting paid for my current employer. Figure I might as well become a union man.
Well, welcome aboard.
We
Trazodone.
Carl Weathers, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Hell yeah. Trazodone, we've got one more thing to do. It cuts to the governor working quietly in her office. And then boom, the door's kicked in. Gilgamesh, and Trazodone strut in. Listen, lady.
Hello.
We know you were a puppet of the Floyds, but the Floyds are dead. You better
You
turn
killed them?
this. You better turn this town around, or you're done.
Yes,
Well, my
of course.
name isn't Gilgamesh.
Both of
and
us.
His name isn't Gilgamesh, and his name isn't Trazodone.
Both of us fully still covered in blood and viscera. at
Oh
this
yeah,
point.
not a shirt in sight.
Oh yeah, we killed him. Just dripping on the floor.
Little Gilgamesh is like matted with blood.
No, I'll do my best. I swear.
Yeah, I'll be here to keep an eye on you.
I'm lying in the inn, in the bunk, with a bottle of water, and I'm going through the back of the list of campuses that my university has across the continent. Turns out I think I've been sending letters to one kind of close to the city.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, God, I think I might want to do a semester on campus. This is
They've got a great art school.
This whole study abroad thing kind of sucks. I'm waiting outside the door while they intimidate the governor. I think it needs to be done, but don't agree with speaking to a royal that way. So I'm just going to make sure no one else comes in.
Yeah.
No one's been royal all day. No one's been royal.
you know, I
just
gotta.
an elite,
It's
just a
poli-
powerful person.
Yeah, just
A noble.
politicians and billionaires, like the two most objectively evil groups of individuals.
A noble.
Aside from royals.
Casper, as you're standing there, the black lung bartender walks by and is like, "Oh, boy king who bought us all beers. Just want you to know, kid, you're the nicest king I ever met."
I really appreciate that, sir.
She-
You're the best bartender I ever met. Thanks for speaking up for me in there. It really meant a lot. I don't think those men would have listened to me otherwise, and it was largely because of your voice that we got as far as we did.
Sure thing, kid. Come back anytime.
I'd love to.
I finished the painting of the lady head exploding.
Yeah, Flay, you paint like
Fun.
the most emotional, like intense painting you've ever done of Maggie exploding.
Oh God.
I spend like 8 hours with minimal breaks just sitting
Yeah.
in front of it, fixated in a trance, chanting.
You're like
And,
George W. Bush painting dead soldiers.
God damn it.
And after it's finished and I've gotten my grade, because it has to be reviewed,
Yeah.
I burn it on a pyre for my goddess as an offering. It's a cleansing fire to get rid of all that bullshit and start the new semester off right.
It single-handedly gets you into the program. It's so good.
It's my my capstone project. My big end of the semester, big final piece.
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna go back to VSC and claim that reward, I think. Am I the only one who goes back?
I go back.
Cool.
No, I'm
Fucking
staying
right.
I
here.
mean, I'm gonna claim the reward, but then,
Gil-
yeah.
Gilgamesh and Trazodone do Arnold Schwarzenegger and Carl Weathers.
We both take our shirts off simultaneously.
Yeah, Trazodone drops to his knees.
Trazodone, I've heard legend of you. You're an honorable fighter, and I wish you all the best. I bow and walk away.
Who was that guy? Thanks, man.
That was the king of the boys.
Who that was?
He controlled all the boys in his house or something.
That rings a bell. That rings
It's
a
a
bell.
communo-feudal miners society.
King of the boys.
Wait, no, we go back to V. What does the vice president have to say to us?
Oh, yeah, she's
Nothing.
like,
Job well done. We killed it.
Excellent work, especially from 2 new recruits. You're very promising.
You're
Thank
talking
you.
about me and my monkey, correct?
The 3 of you, yes. We'll be looking forward to hiring you for many future jobs. Okay.
No pay still. You're intern. So,
But the tokens?
yes. Each of you get a token.
I took this spear. Do I still get a token?
Oh, nice spear.
Thank you. It might be electric, but maybe that was just the old man who was electric. I'm not sure.
Well, try to make it electric with your, feel it.
I can't do it, but then little Gilgamesh reaches over my shoulder and also touches the spear. And we try again.
Yeah, it's very electrical.
Yes!
Jesus.
Okay, well, since you got that, no token for you.
Aw, man.
That's
Sorry.
fine.
Give me yours. You're a king. You don't need one.
That's fine. And I give you mine. Can I have Trazodones?
Yes. I give it straight to little Gilgamesh, and he gets an extra hit point.
No, you can't. You can't exchange tokens. They're assigned to each of you. Also, you shouldn't even be discussing how many tokens you get with each other.
Well, listen, I got it. I don't get a token because I had the spear, but Gilgamesh deserves a token because he worked hard, independent of me.
And if you said there were 3 of us, then if I gave my token to Gilgamesh, you could
Okay,
give me
the
a
monkey
token.
can have a token.
Can I have
It's
one?
anarchy.
Yes, and the boy king gets
God
a
damn
token.
it.
Excellent. Well, thank you.
Yeah, out of my office, I have much work to do.
Of course. I bow. It's
She
been
goes
an
back
honor.
to scribbling some parchment.
Just like
Right.
waving him
As we're
off.
walking out, I said, "He's the king of the boys."
Damn it.
That bodyguard who walked you in, he laughs.
Yes.
Okay, that's it.
Yay!
Love it.
Incredible, William.
That
Incredible.
was a real
Fuck,
good
really
time.
good.
So late. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
right.
folks.
No, it's fine.
okay.
Well worth it.
I was
One does
engaged.
not simply end D&D on time.
Nice.
Uh,
I was engaged the whole time.
Yeah, no, that was
That's fun.
That was
That's
a
a good one.
ball.